All right. Hopefully people can hear us now. I'm just going to assume that it's working, and we're just going to go. We are back after lovely technical difficulties and an unexpected week off as we had a bunch of people get sick over Christmas, unfortunately. But with that being the case, we really don't have anything unique other than the fact that Gurgle is going to be a little bit late, and as Herb died last week, he is also not here. Surprise, surprise. With that, over the last 2 weeks, actually, you guys fought with Golroge after an unexpected challenge was issued.
And we kicked his ass.
Yeah.
There were no casualties.
No casualties.
Absolutely nothing went wrong. It was a clean fight through and through. So you guys had a little bit of
were dismembered.
a little bit of an intense fight with Golroge, which did include some people passing, although due to some interference, we'll say, from the cube as well as your fire giant friend. You
and Talos. I mean Zephyr.
Talos, as well as what appeared to be a runic song that seemed to be helping you guys out a little bit too. You guys were successfully able to dispatch with Talos.
Golroge.
With Golroge.
And Talos.
Not before, however. Not only had Gurgle been unfortunately killed, although he was brought back a little bit sooner in the fight after an interaction with who you guys refer to as the Gatekeeper. But in addition to that, both Herb and Razu had both passed away as well. After everything had ended, both through what seemed to be a combination of Zephyr's now stronger connection to Talos, as well as a pseudo-agreement now in place, he was able to utilize that magic along with Rudar's seemingly activating something within the cube to either alter or enhance or perhaps play out possibilities until the proper solution was actually met. Zephyr was able to bring back both Zephyr and Herb's spirits, although, yes, Razu and Herb, I'm doing great with this. Although Herb's spirit was, we'll say, a bit overwhelmed with the degree that this party has been tasked with undertaking. Razu, seemingly having business unfinished, was brought back as you guys were congratulated. Not only has the announcer confirmed your victory despite what was poor odds in your favor, we'll say. In addition to him entering the arena, Zestaria, you would assume to be maybe the real Zestaria, or perhaps another one, has entered with him to walk up to greet you all. That said, I know that Zephyr, you and technically Gurgle, but he's going to miss his chance now. You had said that there was a couple things that you wanted to do before. They had just entered into the arena. You guys have just been... You've just been acclaimed for your victory as they are walking towards you. Is there anything you guys would want to do?
It's been so long, I don't remember what I was going to do. I wrote it down. I wasn't expecting to miss last week.
Question.
Okay, while you think about it for a sec.
The hammer was laying against the cube. There was something on top of the hammer. I forgot to double check on the recording. What was that? It was like a necklace, I think, of some kind?
There was both the necklace that you guys had given Rudars that seemed to have been absorbing lightning.
Right.
As well as what appeared to be a shrunken version of his hammer that at first glance wasn't there, but almost, again, as if exploring possibilities. Yes, Jasmine, the bomb. Technically, they don't know for sure what it does, but yeah, it's assumed to be a bomb.
The smartest guy in the room literally said, "Oh, look, a bomb."
Yes. But you have probably about 30 seconds to a minute as again, your victory has just been declared. Do you remember what you wanted to do, or are you just going to wait for the announcer?
I don't know if I can perform it well, because I can't think of it exactly. Okay, we're going to give it a shot. So, Zephyr is going to be using thaumaturgy to bolster his voice. And he's going to just yell out to the crowd. This is what you could expect from us, battles of gods and demigods alike. Don't doubt our power. And then I'm going to cast a level 7 fireball, aka lightning. Because now I have level 7 spells.
Okay.
As a big explosion, effectively.
I'll actually match his energy.
And I cast it on us to avoid everyone with using my amulet.
Divine amulet thing?
Whoop. What is adjusting volume? Too hard. I give up. We're just leaving it.
I'm going to match his energy, and I'm going to cast Firestorm. And how Firestorm basically works is like, think of it like a giant fire tornado basically envelops us on all sides.
Okay. Yours is lightning, I assume.
Yeah.
Yours is going to be fire. I'd mentioned this before, but almost as if someone is talking to you in your head, but almost more of like distant screams. You can actually hear what appears to be cheers. And now that the fight and the adrenaline is starting, you're starting to get a little bit more of a control over it. You realize you not only can hear the cries in your head, you can actually even hear it from almost echoing through corridors, bleeding into the arena from Zinderhold. Making out different words, there are literally hundreds that are being shouted, some of which you're able to pick up as words of praise, some of which you're able to pick up almost as words of challenge. With that said, I'm going to have you both individually roll performance checks.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm not.
Guidance?
Nope.
No, I'm already using thaumaturgy.
9.
Okay, go. 17.
Very nice. Okay. As the spell is cast in Rudar's, as the spell is cast, almost...
Could I do intimidation instead?
How?
Giant firestorm. And we're literally challenging.
Well, no. The mine was definitely a more performance thing. If anything, most persuasion.
I'll let you use intimidation. You have the same roll, though.
I have advantage on intimidation.
I'll give it to you.
14.
Okay. It's actually going to change. I'm going to do something real quick. Let me make a note.
Basically,
as he tries to make scary fire.
Fire in and of itself is scary. Think fire tornado, and imagine how that isn't scary.
But performance fire and scary fire.
I mean, it's always kind of like the danger of it, right?
There we go.
Even Aang had dangerous fire.
Okay. So the combination between them is greeted by the cries continue, but it seems to be greeted by, this time not in your head, but instead hearing as it's walking up. I hear, "Oh, how scary." Well, I'll tell you what, as the first time you've actually seen this announcer, you see a satyr that seems to be wearing what is just a red vest, open chest, doesn't have any kind of a shirt on, nor does he have any kind of trousers. He's got a belt with what appears to be a horn on his side. And then past that, he seems to have almost like ram horns that are curled back, curled on his head, although one of them is broken about halfway through, so it almost like curls but then just stops. So on one hand it is completely formed, on the other it is not.
Is this the same satyr that was in the games? I think that his horns were the same.
Kane was never in the games.
I know, but this is a question for John. And also Tiku. And Razu.
Tiku does have although I would say that you can't quite place it, you do vaguely recognize this satyr. As he trots towards you, he says, "Well, first and foremost, as I said, I would never want to pick a fight with you, but I must say, congratulations. You've said some words already, but as he gestures his hand down, the cheering almost seems to grow a little quieter. It doesn't seem like people are stopping. It's almost as if that sound in your head somehow starts to dim."
He can turn down the universal volume.
As he does, and he says, "So now, tell me, this is the first time we've seen all of you in the arena. I must ask, challenge now to be damned, those would-be challengers to fear, what is your goals? Tell us, what do you wish to do within Zinderhold? What can we expect from all of you?"
Our goals are to climb the ranks and challenge the first seat.
Not only challenge, but win.
It seems we might finally have an interesting story to play. And he looks to his right was a star, and he says, "And are you..." And she, almost interrupting him, she goes, No. I was loosely involved with this first bout, but I am not a member of the Cubix Ascenders. You could consider me as almost a hired help for a time. I will be pulling myself out of those. Almost snickering at her, he goes, "Dah! Well, she's not interesting at all. But there you have it, friends. It seems we have new would-be challengers, potentially even working to challenge for Kogol's seat himself. We must only wonder what is," as he looks up, and again, as a quick reminder, there is a giant statue of Baal with all 4 arms, 2 of which clasped as well as 2 of them holding weapons. So he looks up toward, of Bane. I'm doing great with names today. It's been 2 weeks. I was doing a lot. Looks up to the top of it, almost as if implying that Bane himself is watching. He says, "And should the first seat fall, I wonder, whose eyes would you catch next? It seems we'll have to wait for a time, as you have earned a reprieve, unless perhaps you wish to issue new words of challenge."
Let it be known to the 12th seat. We challenge them.
And he quite literally almost starts to shake a little bit. You got challenged by the seat below you. This is wonderful. And tell me, how soon can we expect this fight?
Tomorrow.
Will they accept? As he looks,
Zephyr's like,
he looks forward and says, "Will they accept, or are they shaking in their boots? I suppose we'll have to tune in tomorrow, but for the evening, I wish you all the best of dreams. May conquest be ever in your journey."
Then I would also look into the crystal and say,
There are dozens of crystals
doesn't matter.
kind of
I'll look
floating
into
throughout the
one.
arenas.
And Kogol, come get me. We need to talk.
Issuing demands of Kogol. This really is going to get interesting.
he's going to do a public beating of you.
He's literally just gonna pop in.
Public public
At
flogging.
this point, at this point as
I just
well,
have to do this for my image.
at this point, he again, while before he had almost like lowered his fingers, now he clasps his hands, and all the floating scryers that were in the sky seem to. And at this point, he stands up a little bit straighter, and he says, "Well, this is really about to get interesting. Seems you might want to rest up, as assuming they accept your challenge. It seems you have something daunting on the horizon."
I walk away from him in the middle of the conversation and go pick up my arm. Okay. And my shield with it.
I'm gonna turn to Kelmia and Saga.
Razu. The fuck?
As you turn to Kelmia says, "As much as I would like to join you for this next round, by the way, we do have further business. Unfortunately, just for climbing the ranks of Zinderhold," as she looks to Saga, "that's not exactly going to be in my best interest, and while I do appreciate a good fight, I can't imagine the next seat is going to be stronger than Golroj. And then, again, we have some work to do ourselves. So, for the time it seems we must leave you. We have to, we've got to hunt down a lich, as it seems."
I cast Cure Wounds at level 5 for 48 health.
Okay.
Try to patch up my nub
Well,
so I stop bleeding everywhere.
we are appreciative of your help, as I do not believe this fight would have been plausible without the 2 of you.
Kelmia smiles. She says, "Oh no, you'd all be dead. You're welcome."
For sure, for sure.
Kelmia turns.
Kelmia, by the way, you know Theric, right?
You could say that, yes.
I hear artificers are good at making prosthetics. I think I need one.
She smiles and says, "They're not cheap."
I own part of the city.
He
I
owns
think I'm fine.
2/3 of a city.
Well, perhaps you will be able to afford it. I could send message to him, but for the time being, and she turns to Saga, she says, "You probably don't have any spells left, do you?" Saga's like, "Actually, due to being stunned for way too long, I wasn't able quite to make it through my reserves, so I do still have a little bit left in the tank." Kelmia's, "Oh, well, this is going to get very easy then. It seems that at this point, I was going to say something fancy for a bye, but I don't know, nor do I care. I wish you luck in your fights.
Good day.
Saga, if you would. Saga walks over and places her hand on it. Just, for what it's worth, Kelmia was maybe bad at showing it, but we do both enjoy your company, and if you need further help, we'll do what we can. For now, I must figure out what is going on with my brother.
Just to warn you again, the warning Razu gave you of Tronile, or not? Yes, Tronile.
That he's dead.
He is supposedly dead.
I can't imagine Tronile is dead, but I do appreciate the heads up. It surprises me how much you worry about death, even if he is. It's more of a, we'll say a minor setback, typically. We'll figure something out.
He did just die.
Well, I wish you luck with your continued climb. I hope.
Thank you, great god Kalmia. Are you sure you do not want food offerings?
Kelmia actually does laugh. Next time, yes.
Okay.
Consider it a rain check.
You saved Tico's life. Tico will feed.
I'm looking forward to it. Your food is actually pretty good. We never had a chef on our journey. That was an oversight. Well, again, best of luck. I'm not very good at goodbyes, so Saga just nods.
Thanks, Kelmia. Bye.
Thank you, great god Kalmia.
At this
Thank
point,
you.
Saga and Kelmia teleport out.
Weird lady Saga. Did you guys see her hair? Yeah, that kind of goes rainbow.
The satyr with you right now says, well, for me myself, seems I'm probably going to get to know you a little bit better. My name is Quickshade. The pleasure is all mine. I've been most interested in... Your fight was very impressive, and my only thing for you, now that not as many people are watching, don't get too excited. People here aren't quite as brave as they'd lead you to believe, unfortunately. But for the time being, congratulations on your victory. Hopefully you can recover in time. I'd hate for the new stars of the show to die so quickly. I hate seeing fires snuffed out before they can truly burn paper. At this point, he turns and trots, seemingly pretty happy, almost like skipping away out of the arena, leaving those of you in the party with Zastaria being the only ones left.
Razu.
Is he a centaur or a
He's a satyr.
satyr?
He's a satyr who only wears a red vest.
Razu.
As
back
well
to
as a
my
belt with a horn
original
on it.
point. The fuck as I slap him with my arm.
You get full Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story.
What do I recall?
You actually do recall very well. You don't recall what was going through your head, but what you did, you remember. You also recall power.
Seems I don't have control of this power quite yet.
Obviously.
Like you could say shit.
I do.
Do you have all your limbs still?
Yeah, does Terrence?
Terrence was unfortunate.
Zastaria kind of smiling a little bit. Says, well,
Your waifu is here.
sorry I wasn't as involved as I maybe perhaps led you to believe, but I'm not as much of a fool to think that I could tango with a god or a demigod, I guess. Not gonna lie, I still think you're all fucking crazy, but I can get behind and appreciate what you did. I'm running out of assets, though, and it seems that most of my work is now invalidated, as I've already received word that those in Vorticall are being escorted. I don't know exactly where they plan on taking them, but from the word I've received, they're bringing them south. That's either going to be towards... They could make their way here to Zinderhold.
Do you not have connection with your others?
Why would I? It's not as if they are a clone or a part of me.
It's just that we already explained to the other Zestaria that they're bringing them here as part of the deal of our victory.
I was watching the fight, and I thought the deal was to free them. I didn't recall any... Unless I missed something myself. I didn't recall you ever saying they were being brought here. But if they are, would still align with their trajectory. it is not a short trek. It is still going to be likely a few months before a group of that size would be able to arrive at Cinderhold. And if they're heading to Zoprakar, it would likely add a month onto that journey, or at least a few weeks, as there are a little bit more paved roads, despite it being a little bit further distance. But that does leave me with a little bit of a problem. You see, our deal was I was going to help with that, and it seems you've solved most of it on your own. So where does that leave me with my help that I had requested? I guess where do we stand?
We still need to take care of your father. He's still a danger. We're still planning on working with you in that.
Wonderful. Well, then I will pivot my...
You owe us one.
What?
I'm sorry, what?
If we help, she owes us one.
I'm pretty sure we owe her one is how that works.
No.
Like right now.
Unfortunately, Tiku is right. The work that I was doing that would have resulted in you owing me one, unfortunately, was just...
Undone.
Undone's the wrong word. It is...
Made mute.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, how I see it, Citharan's more our problem.
Why is he our problem?
I have received certain news that may shed a little bit light on that, Tiku. Specifically towards you, actually. It seems there are... He's learned much since the last time you encountered him. It seems there are experiments of sorts, something that I could see Razu doing, to be totally honest. But for what it's worth, maybe yours are less
Unorthodox?
I was going to say like human testing, but I was trying to look for a good word for
Inhumane.
it, and I just don't know. From what I understand, you don't test on people that much. You test on yourself. While I don't think Citharan has done... Well, I don't believe that he has necessarily gone through and, we'll say, forsaken his morality. There are lines that he's willing to... Well, not lines. It's almost as if he's willing to skip certain pages of the book as long as he can get to the ending that he wants at the end of the story,
Yes,
I guess I would say.
Here's my question. What happened to when we last saw him?
Is he close to a god?
Citharan?
Yeah.
No, I could 1v1 him.
Big
Easy.
snake is close to it. He's close to a god.
I could eat him.
You do realize that the fight we had with him was a lot harder than just a
Sorry, Razu.
1v1.
Yeah,
I interrupted. What was your
because he's
question?
got a snake.
What was
I
it?
mean, I've seen it.
You think
He'll turn into a snake. He'll give his soul. He doesn't give a shit.
And do you think you can contend with that 1v1?
No,
Then how are you going to 1v1 him?
by calling in other shit, dude.
That would not be a 1v1 in that case.
Yeah, but if he calls in the snake, it's no longer a 1v1 either.
Am
That's
I
his power.
mistaken? I believe the snake and him are the same.
From my understanding, the snake was more like his god.
It's like you bringing in a sword.
No, because the sword is an alive and an entity outside functioning.
So a sentient sword
Are
would
you
be
gonna
too
use
far
that?
for you.
Your 1v1...
Maybe.
Your dick measuring contest tasked aside, Razu. My point here, Tiku,
Yep.
is he seems to have a bit of information about some kobolds that seem to know you. In my research, looking into Zephyr's family, I learned of apparently you're part of a larger tribe, and there's a decent portion of them that have been taken and are being utilized in nefarious ways across
Still
many
Makar.
cities.
Many cities.
Stilmakar, if there are any in Stilmakar, I'm unfamiliar actually. More so within the Plauzit Plains as well as even a bit in Roslakar, there is some... They're being treated poorly, one might say. With that being the case, that is simply you asked how they would be maybe connected to you or why it would matter. I thought that might, I guess, draw your attention. That said, the more interesting piece of information that I've learned is I don't believe the serpent that he follows, as as she kind of holds up her hand and water almost seems to swirl a little bit above her hand before splashing back down. It's almost as if she tried to use it, but it almost kind of failed. She says, I had we'll say a small connection, but I think it was through him. Now that relationship has changed slightly, the connection is a little bit different as well. However, I'm starting to think it wouldn't be entirely accurate to call him only a serpent.
Isn't he a demigod? Or a lesser god?
This is where my current research is likely going to be taking me. But in regards to what I've learned towards Cytherin, and to show again a sign of good faith, especially as my current gestures have been, as you said, Kane, run mute. From what I can tell, the serpent that he follows is almost more of like, I don't know, the only word that I was able to find, it was almost as if it was, I found a muriel carved in stone, and it was referred to as the origin. It seems to be connected to dragons or all types of, well, really it would just be dragons and those races similar to them, maybe wyverns, effectively scaled creatures, almost think reptiles, both of intelligence as well as not.
Do you know where this is? This mural?
Yes.
If it is connected to the origin, I would like to see it.
Good luck. I said that I don't have when I say I don't have a connection to those parts of me, I still have ways to communicate with them. However, the one that found it has gone dark. Not before she gave us a little bit of info, to the point that I could tell you where it is, but I can also tell you that I am fairly certain that, unfortunately, that is another part of me that has been snuffed out. That said...
Hang on, I have to stop you there just for a moment. So, these other parts of you, what are they exactly?
As far as I can tell, I said they weren't clones of me before, but as far as I can tell, they are. But it's odd the way they work. They're clones, but it's not to say they have their own will. It's almost as if they're broken off pieces or fragments of what I once was, maybe a granular whole, that somehow are always finding me and seeking me out. They wish to do whatever I ask them.
And what?
At any expense, actually. It's very, very convenient.
What happens to them when they die?
I mean, as far as I know, they die.
Do you feel like you lose part of yourself?
I actually almost feel like I gained something. It's a very weird feeling. I'm still working on that myself. That said, to answer your question, Kane, I lost contact with her, that piece of me, somewhere within the depths of the crystal eye. We've got a little bit of a network everywhere, but that is where I lost her, as well as where the report was. It is almost as if the image was transmitted to me, likely through some kind of magical means, which is also interesting when you consider, as far as I know, neither me nor any of those parts of me have that ability.
Stories I've heard of the Crystal Eye are vast, and the strange capabilities that you manifest in there.
And always unconfirmable. It's very inconvenient. With that being the case, I still haven't got a direct answer on what I can do to incur your favor. You simply say Cytherin is still a problem on your side.
Well,
Sure.
I'll tell you how I get it from me. I'm a very simple guy. So, answer this question. When I fought you, and I downed you and Cytherin, why did you accept him as his father and then turn around and ask his help to kill him? What happened? The
He
whole
attacked me.
story. And you don't know why?
Because he thought I was crazy, does it matter? If your ally says they support you in battle, and then they turn and chop your arm off, how does that make you feel, Zephyr?
Feels like I was betrayed.
Which is fair, but do you have any reason why
As
he killed a prince
Zephyr
to
tries
be
to
with
stare daggers.
I think you may be. I think you may
I'm
be
not even
confu-
looking at him.
Yeah,
I think
clearly
I'm
looking at.
I think you may be confusing
The
two
glare,
scenarios,
like the
Razu. So let
menacing
me see if I can break it down for you. This is the Zarya that we fought when her dad was trying to kill us. Okay, in that fight, Cytherin turned and hit her in the face. The one that we saw. Stomach, okay. The one that we saw, and that you fought, and that you stabbed, was one of her other selves.
Okay, so last time you remember seeing him was in the throne room.
So my understanding of this
And
magic.
So you don't know one of your
Time out.
sisters, for lack of better terms, is working with him?
Hold on, Razu. I think you're still forgetting something. See, we already know what this magic is. You wanna know why? Because the mollusk snake that we... Is it okay to say we hate him now that he's dead?
I mean, I didn't hate him.
Okay, we strongly
That's
disliked
pretty
him.
good.
Rickshaw was an ally, if that is who you are referring
I
to.
understand.
Ally.
I understand
Well,
your
He gave his
racism
life.
towards his species, and that's okay. You can feel that way. They did
Doesn't
cause
matter.
lots of issues.
That
in the
is
past.
girl racist.
Ro-
Just leave it at that.
And so is most of the world. It's hard
Well,
not to
I
be
mean,
racist when there's like 50 races.
You can watch a snake eat your mom and then tell me that you don't dislike snakes, okay?
from what I
that being
learned,
said,
he was kind of involved in the process, so I doubt he'd mind it too much.
point is he already explained what this magic is. You split yourself and you split like parts of your personality out. So maybe the one that liked Cytherin was the part of her that liked Cytherin, and you killed it.
Yeah, and it's very important for our party to understand how sprigs work. And you said they listen to you. So you're saying some don't listen to you?
As far as I can tell, whenever they find me, they do what I want. But not all of them have found me, from what I know.
Some of them may want to stay away from her
It's kind of like how Rickshaw.
I have found
because they
evidence
want to
of
stay
one
their
or
own.
two.
They want to stay their own person.
It's kind of like how Rickshaw said that
Probably more her,
there was a prime.
more of your ambitious and or stubborn qualities in them.
The problem is the
It
map.
is interesting. The more of them that pass, as weird as this is to say, the more I seem to feel. It is almost as if there are pieces of me scattered everywhere. But when they are eliminated, it's not as if they're completely gone. Oftentimes, again, I almost feel as if they make their way back, but almost in a changed way.
So, even if that's the case, he sided with one of your sprigs over us. He killed a prince to do it.
And
Why do you want him dead so bad?
you seem to think our relationship went so much further than it did.
Maybe it didn't.
From what I
But if you want to kill him just because
From what
he
I-
killed your father,
it's a story. Yeah?
we did it too.
Indeed.
So why don't... Well, I guess... Do you want us dead?
Some of you.
Fair.
Some of you may
Just
die,
needed to clear it up.
but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
The story has always been influenced by people of power. Just having one power greater than another take them out. She probably doesn't hold any much animosity towards that.
I think you guys give her too much credit. I think she just does what she wants.
Oh, she most definitely does. But at the same time,
No offense.
None taken. Relationships are overrated. If you want someone to truly have your back, then the truest answer, have your own.
Speaking of which, I haven't seen your wolf around.
So
You
Staria,
just leave him chilling somewhere?
She smiles and as she leans back, almost like it almost looks as if her shadow grows and she hits it as she leans on it, as the top portion of what is a very large wolf almost pops out, its head propped up against the back of her neck as she leans. He's never far.
See, that's how you know she's the real one.
She's got a dog?
Well, that's the only.
A dog.
It's a wolf.
Canine? They're all the same
I mean, it's-
species.
But it's a wolf.
You hear like a low, deep, like
Menacing.
The choir
no,
recognizes
but,
Zephyr.
So you hear a low, deep growl, but it's not the growl of a wolf.
Not yet, we don't.
It almost sounds like a bear that is somehow growling in the way that like a dog does.
I mean, then I would just look over and be like,
Maybe it's not a dog. Maybe it's also some genetic.
She reaches behind her and
Flirt.
seems to scratch its head for a moment, and then she taps and stands up, and it's almost like her shadow.
I mean, we do
and-
have reports that she ingested some of your fluid.
Don't say
You-
it like that.
Well, I
That
mean,
does make it sound
it's
very.
true.
That said, report
Spitters or quitters.
again a show of good faith, just in case you're curious. You want to know my relationship with Cytherin and why I don't care? She pulls a knife out from her side and she cuts her hand. As she cuts her hand, the blood ignites and starts to burn. She goes, just because you gain something from someone, one might say a little bit of blood, doesn't make you family. It doesn't mean I have to care about them.
Yeah, so why do you care to kill him?
He's saying,
'Cause-
what's your
'cause-
other motive?
'cause he lied to her?
You were always very apparent. Some of you more than others. With what you thought about me. You weren't teetering back and forth on ideals, preaching about family while working against me. You were always fairly clearly working against me, and I was okay with that. That's respectable. You can oppose me, we can disagree, if there's an understanding. Not everyone is the same. You don't work towards the same ideals. I hate those that won't stick to their side. Pick one. And if you decide to pick mine, and then double cross it, I'd kill you too.
Fair enough. 'Cause
I know
don't
how
need
you can
more
help.
reason than
You
I
just
killed
have-
someone for
that's-
less.
That's what I just said.
That is something that I am a little bit surprised. I mean, if what the rumors that I heard are led to believe, you killed your own family. It's weird for you to get on my case about what I do with my blood.
What rumors were those from?
I hit him with my arm again.
You gave it the arm, he says, there's no way. You don't know. Did you not ever venture into the slums
No,
of
Tiku, you
Zaprakar?
can't eat it.
I was just
I'm not
gonna
dead. You
ask.
can't eat me.
Well, yeah,
No.
but you don't want it to go away. You
Enlighten
said
me.
you want a robotic one. It's
Next time you find
fine.
yourself in
You don't want to
Zaprakar,
waste.
I might recommend asking about the Midnight Scourge. Or perhaps the Day of the Black Sun.
The Fire
Want a
Nation
moon?
attacked?
If you let her finish before fuck. Shut up! I've been derailed. I did it with a serious face as a funny joke, and then you ruined it.
Also, the day of the Black Sun is not the day that the Fire Nation attacked.
everyone
That's the
else attacked
day
the Fire
that
Nation.
everybody
All right,
attacked
enough
the Fire
Avatar.
Nation.
Never making a joke when talking to Nathaniel again. She corrected herself right afterwards. She goes, the moon. Day of the Black Moon.
Strange.
Time means up.
Did you guys hear about the Black Moon?
Dude, we lived in Zaprakar for 5 years. It's not
Day
like
of
we
the
lived there our whole lives.
Black Moon and which was the other?
Yeah, but he says this is like the talk of the,
The
city.
Midnight Scourge.
Or the
I
Midnight
never said
Scourge.
this was the talk of the
Talk
city.
of Ralpurgin.
Not even Ralpurgin. The slums. Not the Undercity. Where the poor people live, Razu.
And
The beggars.
And Razu, there's always tales of doom and calamity whenever there's some celestial event.
And why does that involve me?
Day of the Black Moon. What color are your feathers?
Black. I never associated myself with the night. Never been that sneaky.
I mean, I think
I think I would do it in broad daylight.
I think maybe somebody mentioned it one time
And
when I was.
lovely. And probably chop off a few friends' arms.
I think we're getting a
You
little-
don't even know why. You don't even know I sit there and killed Mutilim, do you?
Nope.
I think I probably heard
I
about some Black Feathers,
Actually, want
Black
to ask
Moon
you
thing
about that.
when I was running Raupergan. Maybe.
Which I thought Razu was in on it, to be honest.
In on murdering Dudan?
Why would you think that?
Because Mutilim is the one who covered up for his family, one might say, for what he did. This was one of the reasons I had a modicum of respect for you. Returning to the scene of your crime, acting like it never happened.
Or maybe, just maybe, it never happened.
Or maybe you're an idiot.
Did you see me do it?
Okay, Razu's crimes aside, what did you feel? How did you feel about the murder of Udimum?
I had no attachment to Mutilim. It did conveniently tie up loose ends, which is why I was a little bit confused why that went so south
What do you
outside
mean?
of the city.
What-
Again, I thought you were colluding with him
Time
to
out.
eliminate Mutilim,
I'm pretty sure I saw you at a party like all over that guy.
which is why I never wanted him to die.
You said you weren't attached to him.
She's attached to power.
I'm attached to information gathering.
Noodling wasn't that
Is
good
it
at
a
it.
crime for a woman to use her wiles
Hold
to
on,
gain
hold-
information?
But Noodling was.
Especially from one as ignored as him. The man is depressed.
Amerton was way better at
dead now.
information.
It's not very depressed.
Depends on what information you're looking for. Omratin is how, Mutilim is how I know of these details. It was swept under the rug. By Mutilim, no less, which is why I thought he
information out of
was... Sorry, what?
How'd you get this information out of him?
Feminine wiles.
Was he just drunk and just started spouting off stuff?
Yeah.
I think she drugged it.
You don't need a deception. I mean, you don't need an insight check.
Nah, she slept with him.
Yeah, but you don't get information out of people when you sleep with them. You get information out of them to get them to sleep with you.
She drugged him. She used a spell on him. True circle. You know, there's a lot of ways.
Tico knows this
You
one.
think so little of me.
Wait,
I did no such
I
thing.
feel like you don't, but
It's
enlighten
called
me.
Pillow Duck. That's what Tico heard.
What?
You're not wrong, Tiku.
I stare at her, I'm like, nope. I could see her talking about people's deaths as pillow talk.
With all that said, for one, if we're going to continue this conversation and she looks around at the arena you're still standing in, might we have it back at the tavern? As far as I know, you have one acquitted to you, no?
Technically,
Yes.
it was acquitted to the 13th.
And Zephyr has his own room.
Oh, I forgot. The other guys are alive because I brought them all back. Even brought the enemy dudes.
Did
You did.
Yeah.
I didn't meant so I thought I mentioned it last week. They would have left almost immediately, like in shame, left the arena.
I completely forgot I did that.
You did.
That was actually going to be
And
part
You
of the
brought
plot.
back
I completely forgot
the
about that.
Minotaur and the Centaur. That's where you're remembering the Centaur.
So that's where my my thing to the crowd was going to be, and I completely spaced it.
Should have written it down.
Unfortunate.
Yep.
It is what it is now.
I had a thing too, but
Death
I was
doesn't
in.
matter to
I
us.
was incapacitated for a while.
Well,
Razu's family. Razu did something to his family, and Mudalin swept it under the rug. Just make sure I got this right.
that is what she said, yes.
I have just one question to myself, if you would permit it. Where are your fragments coming from?
That I don't know. That is why
Her dad.
the one,
Ask them.
they don't know.
Her
That
dad.
said, I know that some of them came from the Crystal Eye, which is why originally I had sent that piece of me there.
Hold on. Time out. Check this out. Are you guys ready for this? What is the main component for the spell that makes the sprigs? Does anybody know?
It's a plant, as far as I'm aware.
What kind of plant?
Tico wants a nap.
I'm uncertain.
A drug
food.
type, probably.
Nobody? Do you know?
I'm curious what you're talking about. Are you
plant-
talking about the DNA of the original, or
Sure. That. I mean, but how would you store that? How would you prep it for a spell?
In a
if I
vial?
knew that, I'd probably have a lot more pieces. or clones, or
Actually-
sprigs, as he called them.
You need a vial
Actually,
of
it has
blood.
to do with mutation, and it's actually not too hard. The easiest way to do it's with blood.
From what I understand, yes, it is connected to blood.
Put my hand in the extra dimensional space. Blood vial. It's a star blood specifically.
And pull out a vial.
See? This is your blood.
She takes it. She's, for one, what the fuck is that?
It's your dad's pocket hole.
Where did you get that?
From your dad. He gave it to me when he died.
Gave it to
Gave
me.
No,
it?
I'm not giving it back, and I'm not giving it back.
Sure, he didn't give it to.
He gave it to me
As she looks at the vial, she opens her hand that she had cut previously, still with blood on it.
when he
And
died.
she is going to make an alchemy check to see if she can match the blood together.
Did you mean you looted him?
No, he gave it to me when he died.
He did specifically actually give it to him.
I don't know if Zephyr was privy to that, to be honest.
I don't think anyone was.
Yeah,
actually.
that's why I'm
I
like-
think that was a very brief conversation.
That's why I feel
happened.
like
The only
you
reason
just,
I'm
like,
even saying this is
polluted
this
the guy.
was this was pre-stream, but she did.
Listen.
He did in fact. Give it
I
to
was
her.
going to take over his spot. He knew it. I knew it. He was giving me the keys to the kingdom, essentially. Unfortunately, he failed
loot
to
his body.
Unfortunately, he failed to explain what the keys to the kingdom actually are. But no, I didn't even loot his body. He looted his body.
Check if
Okay.
there's keys in the pocket dimension.
Jacob's gonna head back to the tavern.
Can others access it, or is it only you?
That's a good question.
Can you turn it inside out like a bag of holding?
I don't know. He didn't leave me instructions, okay?
What is it? How like does it have a physical
It's a
form?
bracelet.
Okay, yeah. Then why haven't you had me identify it over all this time? It's been years. Or hired a mage
Astaria
to
walks up and she says,
identify
Because
it.
he gave it to me.
"Can I have it for a moment?
Don't do it.
I'll
for
give
crap.
it back."
Is she about to pull out some like weird
interesting.
doll?
I
that
want
he
to
gave her
check
as a
for
child?
something inside
Why don't you?
And I
just
don't
ask
believe-
Gurgle?
because he won't know what it is.
But
if
I
I
don't
understand this, if that is in fact Father's bracelet,
Oh,
you
it
have to
is.
know exactly what you're looking for.
That's true. And it is his. But I'm still not sure I want to give it to her.
He actually hands the vial back to you and says, "Well, that is in fact my blood. So I'm inclined to believe that you are correct."
Put it back in there. Oh, I already
Okay.
pulled out all the voodoo dolls from there too.
Before we let you try to pull something out of the pocket, try not to make jokes. Okay. Okay. Tell us what you're looking for.
I'm looking for a doll.
Of you.
Yes,
Oh, he has dolls of everybody in there.
not that kind of doll.
It's the one he gave her for her 8th birthday. It's different. Special. No magic attached.
What? What?
You're thinking, wait,
I have
seriously,
no
my
idea
man?
what he's talking about.
Why is this bird so crazy sometimes?
I don't know, but it is a doll.
Well, I don't even know if you can use it, but I mean, as long as you stay right here in my line of sight.
As much as I have respect for my own abilities, as she takes it from you, she says, I don't even think I could get away from you, Gurgle. As she
Well, you definitely couldn't keep that if I wanted it back.
she clasps it on her hand, and then she reaches out, and then she pulls out what is it almost looks like a toy stuffed animal wolf that looks very similar to the wolf that she has with her, that you've seen previously. It is lengthwise, it proportionally doesn't quite make sense. This feels weird to use this explanation when talking about a wolf, but think like a wiener dog.
It is a dog.
That's the proportion on it. But near the head, it's almost as if it has a lion's mane. And now looking at the face here, when you guys were in Ralpurgan previously, its head resembled that of a wolf, but you never actually truly got to inspect it as it was sleeping. But looking at its head, it's got the head of a jackal. It doesn't actually have the head of a wolf. As she inspects it for a moment, she goes, "Interesting."
Well,
Do you
that-
mind if I keep this?
Well, that's freaky. What is it?
As long as it's not going to eat me later.
It won't.
Or
She-
eat someone else?
She takes the bracelet and puts it back. And she says,
I mean, actually,
that depends on how mean they are.
I'm not entirely opposed to eating other people as long as I don't like them.
And people get mad at me for killing beggars.
I mean, I did peel people's toenails off of them slowly as they screamed in pain because they wouldn't conform to the rules that I set in Route Perkins. So I mean,
Good news. We
That's-
are the good guys.
Are we?
the thing is you gotta instill a certain amount of fear in people, and the one thing that he was right about, Serval, is people don't respect you if they don't fear you to a degree.
And with the world full of healing magic, it's pretty hard to make people fear you.
Yes. So
Unless they
pain is a
cut
good
off
teacher.
your arm.
Yeah, I mean
better
that's
than blowing up someone's head.
that's actually not that painful compared to other forms of pain, believe it or not.
Okay, hang on. Does anyone else think Razu is an asshole?
Yes.
Sometimes.
I
Aren't
think
we all assholes in our own way?
he hasn't
No.
even apologized yet.
I know.
I mean, but I will say,
Sorry?
unfortunately, as much as I don't want to stir up any issues here, I don't think you're entirely too far off that in a different way.
There has been unfortunate accidents with dabbling with magic.
I guess we're eating lunch.
One might say happy accidents for Zephyr.
No, we're walking to the end right now. Tiku, slowly.
There's
Are we? As
They-
Gurgle starts to turn and walk.
why do you think
I would
those
love
would
to
be
go to
happy
the end.
accidents?
For you? One
Oh,
might say
okay.
because you were smiling.
Okay, so we're walking slowly. Why they have
Just
a weird,
because
awkward
I
stare
was
off.
overcome with power, intoxicated by it, doesn't mean my intentions were to hurt others.
I hold people to their own standards, Zephyr. So, I
Hey,
would
Razu.
think you might understand.
Hey, Razu,
Did you apologize to Terrence?
I did. I prayed for him.
It's true. He also did in the spirit realm, didn't he?
Then I'm sorry, Zephyr.
Razu,
I will pay for a regeneration spell, as it were.
I got my stuff handled.
He wants
But,
robot arm.
Razu, the road to power can be dangerous. I'm walking it too.
Oh,
Don't let it take you
yeah.
over.
I'm gonna have a talk with Kogal. He'll know what to do.
And
For
Razu,
power, yes.
one other thing. Try to show some remorse.
So we all get to make some request of you, right?
Maybe.
So he already made his request. Now I get one? Because I have an easy one.
Let's hear it. At this point, I do have that you guys are walking back to your inn, by the
I'm
way.
doing something.
Go ahead, Kane.
I was going to say, I'm walking over to where the cube is, picking up the necklace very gently, the hammer, the sword, and the cube.
I also picked up
I thought you picked those up at the end of last session, to be
I
honest.
thought you did
told
too.
you after the stream ended that was my plan.
Oh, well, in my head, just, apparently it happened off stream. He already picked those up.
Also
He has
pick
all
up the
three of
chain,
those.
just so you can't say I didn't pick it up.
Pick up the what?
The chain.
Oh,
The
manacles.
chain that Kogal gave.
The manacles.
Okay, so you're walking back. Zistaria, as you're walking back. Says, yes.
So I mean, Zephyr has his own room. You guys need to talk out whatever beef you guys got going on. There's a weird tension there.
That was your request?
I just don't want there to be any weird blood if we're gonna work together.
Oh wait, Kate.
Wait, that was your request? Really?
Listen, I don't need anything from her. If I wanted something from her, I could have taken it.
So you want him to go bang in Zephyr's room? Is what I just heard.
I just want them to figure out whatever this weird tension is between them. They got weird
Yeah.
weird energy.
Want to know what people do in a room? It's called angry sex. Ever tried it?
Raz. Tiku heard.
I'm not getting in between. You guys
You
gotta work it
seem
out.
to mistake. There you go. You seem to mistake what is a
Respectful
founded
rivalry.
respect for adoration or affection.
I didn't say it was anything. You're putting words in my mouth.
Well, as his request was to express our feelings, I respect that you commit to your goals. It's something that I have always liked about you. And for what it's worth, the only reason that I'm willing to work with a lot of you.
Tiku likes less enemies.
That's true.
I don't really have bad blood with you at all, Tiku, to be honest.
Yeah, I have no idea who you are.
You
but
weren't
it's
around.
stuff.
You weren't around when a lot of the bad blood was started.
Sorry, I
anyway.
do appreciate the information you were able to gather from it for us. That came in. It was very useful. Ultimately, I wasn't expecting you to go as far as you did.
Useful enough to equate to a favor, or do I need to do more? Apparently one of them was very easy. I think two of you was just a question. Have you ever been told your lot are easy?
Again,
I mean-
if I wanted something from you, I could have taken it.
Oh, I wasn't here during that, so I don't have his name written
Jonathan,
down.
I think.
What was the bird that slept with Razu?
Ethan.
Ethan.
Ethan, that's.
Ethan
I heard
thought
the story.
Razu was easy too.
True. I totally forgot about that.
Don't make me cut off your right arm.
That was my right arm, you idiot.
You said you were left-handed.
I am.
Is.
Razu is, you gotta forgive him. His intelligence score is pretty low.
Worth noting, as you guys are progressing back to your inn, while you would normally expect,
He's done too many drugs.
upon winning a fight in like a coliseum, to almost be treated like victors, gladiators,
Royalty.
you seem to be given a wide berth. People are still cheering for you. You're having
As a
different,
slight like
shouts.
intimidation factor, I'm holding like my dead arm, dragging my shield behind me.
Again, you guys are actually given a fairly wide berth. However, it is very clear that as you're progressing through, there is still a lot of eyes are on you. In addition to that, you also notice there's not as many people around as some of the other days that you've explored. Whether or not Xanderhold is just emptier now, more fights are going on, hard to know. But you do notice that there's actually there's distinctly less people than the past couple weeks while you've been
Tiku's
here.
like letting Gurgle or letting Zephyr and Razu take like all the attention. So she's like,
The majority of the attention currently seems actually to be on Zephyr, and then majority of the fear that you're seeing for those that are really giving a wide berth seem to be focused on Razu.
I'm just gonna pull Gurgle back a little bit and have a small conversation with him. I doubt Zephyr's going to accept this, but I would like your assistance in returning his arm.
How do we do that?
The items left behind by Rudars will assist us. I would like your assistance with that, as I believe I have the arcane side of things down, but the physical side I'm severely lacking.
Like, you want me to sew his arm back on?
I'm referring to rune weaving.
Oh. I mean, I've been reading a little bit about that from my grandpa's book, but I wouldn't say I'm a pro or anything. But I mean, I'm
would
down to
not
try.
say I am a pro either. However, I have an idea,
I'm gonna get experimented on.
and I would like your assistance with it.
I mean, I'm down. I've been studying a little bit. Like, I can do this cool thing with fire runes.
I would like to see it later.
Yeah, I gotta have something to hit.
Razu's right there.
What's up?
Noticing Tiku's avoiding attention. I would actually turn around. And I would try to pick her up as I'm saying,
Oh, come on, Tiku, don't be down. Give 3 cheers for Tyrant Tiku.
as I would like pick her up and like throw her a bit as she lands on my shoulder.
She's like, no.
Why did you first? Tiku doesn't want it. Bad, Razu, bad.
Why not? Don't you like the view? The cheers. Exhilarating.
No, No.
Tiku tries to crawl back down.
As you're sitting on his shoulders and you're almost starting to panic, you see kobolds in the crowd.
Oh, wait. Put me that way.
Tiku just points off to the left.
She like turns his head.
Like full on horn style, yoink.
Because we're going
I also, Tiku's strength is also high enough. Razu, they're like,
She like just grabs your head. Yoink that way.
Poor that
Okay.
snaps his neck.
As you turn,
you can revive him, right?
As Razu turns and starts to walk off, first off, you Astaria just. Oh, that's. What are they doing?
I don't know. Let's go check it out.
Okay, you
How's
guys
that? Check out
deviate
my
and start to head towards the crowd.
Where can I? Do I see any like stalls with basic material like showmanship stuff that they would sell like right before the show? Like, here, take these things. You know.
Most of them would be in the process of being taken down.
I look for one with a loot.
They also would be more so gambling stalls.
I look for anybody
effectively-
that has a loot, even if they're playing it.
You're able to quickly pick out someone that has a loot just hung about their neck.
I was like, hey, yo, can I borrow that? Actually, can I just buy it off you? I just like hold out a gold. 5 gold. I don't know how much a loot is.
He holds out his hand. Give him the 5 gold. He just takes the loot off, hands it over to you. This orc just, thanks. And he just goes back towards the crowd as the crowd seems to split as you're walking towards it. People almost, this isn't like avoiding you, but almost making way for you, seemingly not trying to get into your way. Not trying to get in your way. As the one individual that doesn't seem to split, almost quickly becoming almost look like people are separating from him, is a black-skinned kobold. You do recognize this kobold, Tiku, as this would be Kubo.
Kubo, I've been looking for you everywhere.
Kubo is standing with a spear.
You know something we never said, but we probably did? Grab the cube.
That's
he
literally
has-
what
Yeah,
I
he
said.
He grabbed it.
He grabbed the cube.
Okay.
As you approach him, he has a helmet on that's covering the top part of his face. He's got a spear proffered, and then he has a green cape that is clasped to his scales themselves. It's almost as if it almost looks like they're glued or mounted to his scales, as he doesn't seem to be wearing any kind of clothing or armaments apart from that. Other than he is wearing armored leggings, so his torso is left unguarded apart from his scales. Cape, clasp, helmet, and then a spear. As you walk up, he goes, Chiku. Why are you here?
I crawl down.
Apparently we're visiting family. That's what's happening.
No, this is Tiku's informant. She informed us of him before.
Kubo. No,
He seems confused by this.
No.
He says,
Is that a different kobold?
that's different. That's Snug.
Snug.
Snug is different. Why are you here?
Why are you here?
I was in a fight. I was dead. It's scary. Why are you
I
here?
saw that. He seems extremely confused. He goes, why are you excited?
To see you? Why wouldn't I be excited to see you?
He looks off into the crowd, and as you kind of like end up following his gaze a little bit, you see there's actually another kobold in the crowd, but they almost seem to be hiding and ducking in between. Like you only catch them in between people, as he seems to almost be like very clearly moving from person to person. Not the most well hidden, but he's making his way away from you.
Cause your family's a bunch of chickens, and they hide from everybody, and you're now becoming a little bit more brave.
Oh, no, I'm hiding. You guys are just really big boulders.
The
Lots
kobold
of
running
attention
through the
goes to
cloud.
you. It's the best place to hide is in the dragon shadow.
You also recognize Kelty. who is in the crowd. Kelty is a red kobold, and he seems to, in a very cowardishly way, be backing away, almost hard. It effectively looks like he is another one of the individuals who is intimidated by you, but seems to most be trying to hide from sight.
Pretty sure.
Kelty is Kelti, by the way.
Pretty sure what you told us about your clan, Tigger, is that you guys don't participate in fights against big, giant wind things.
All we do when we get told by a big scary dragon, that's true. Actually, a lot of them, that's how you end up dying most of
But
the
you
time.
were attacking it.
What?
But you were attacking the big wind thing. If he was watching, he thinks you're a crazy kobold.
Like a super boof.
I was...
I am also confused by these events.
This is Kukbo, right?
This is Kubo, yes.
This is Kukbo, right?
The truth is,
Kelty is hiding through the crowd. He's not talking.
Tigger, you're becoming the protector you were always meant to be for your people.
Tiku hasn't protected nobody.
I mean,
You are pretty
unfortunately,
strong.
that is the case. You haven't seen Gerbu recently, have you?
No, I've been looking everywhere for Gerbu since I got here.
Wait, did you just say Gurgle? I'm right here.
Gerbu. Gerbu.
I don't think Gerbu would be happy to see you.
Why would Gerbu not be happy to see Tiku? Tiku got kidnapped and sent to game. Now you guys know Tiku is still alive. Tiku's still looking for Master, but she's recently been thinking that
Gerbu
maybe we
said
need
you
to be
ran.
our own Master. Tiku did not run. Although that is very believable.
Most of us died.
I know, I saw Bruce in the morning. Bruce was dead. But everybody else was gone.
Gerbu said you led them there and ran. Left rest to die.
Tiku would not do that. Tiku was eating dinner and then got really tired. And then when Tiku wake up, she find Bruce dead. And then I get kidnapped by some crazy human. I don't know actually, it was so dark. And I woke up in a...
Tiefling.
He didn't actually kidnap me, maybe he did, it was dark.
He looks to the party that has now effectively made their way. Now
And I woke up,
you as well.
and this man, and me, and
That's it.
nobody else actually, everybody else is dead. But there were other people in the gang.
Tiku's always the last
I heard.
Gerbu said you ran, and that is why many died, but that makes no sense. You fought. He looks towards your party and then back towards, looking towards the arena, although you guys have made some distance away now. But if you ran, why fight now?
Tiku's
Why
been fighting
here?
since she left. Well, since she was kidnapped. Tiku always is fighting. But also, I saw Gerbu like last year. He knows. I was here in the Coliseum making food.
Yes, Gerbu said that's where he confirmed that you ran. He said you traded to tribe.
Tiku's not traded to tribe. Tiku's looking for tribe. For everyone that survived.
Wait a second. Do you know a not Jan?
Tiku.
Not Jan.
Tiku is so smart that Tiku has convinced all of these people around him to kill the evil serpent.
Tiku.
Do you recognize a not Jan name?
They're gonna help me.
Has a
They're gonna
kobold
help
with
Tiku kill the
fur and
serpent.
claws, and they reference themselves as not Jan, literally just like that.
Do you think that might be a code name, my guy? That seems like kind of code name.
I know Jan.
Not Jan.
Yet not Jan is the code name. Jan is the code name. Gargle. That clicks for me.
Oh wait, no. It was not Jan. That's right. It was Jan. That's right. That's what it was.
I know Jan.
We saw him. I don't know.
I don't know him, Jan.
It's her Jan.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
I'm confused.
We saw Jan.
Why are we
Gender
talking
hold.
about Jen?
We saw Jan a while ago.
At this point, you almost hear like a faint a faint roar. Do you speak Draconic?
I do.
Okay, I'm pretty sure both of you do. You hear, to the rest of you, which would almost sound like a faint dragon roar. But for those of you that speak Draconic, you just hear the word come. As he kind of like looks about and goes, I must go.
Tico like instinctively
Wait a
gotta go.
minute.
Gerber has called. I see you later, Tiku.
Wait.
Guilty!
You're going to Corbu. Tiku, come.
I don't think good idea.
Tiku, do you remember in Gungilly when everyone thought differently than Gurgle?
Yeah, but I saw Corbu like a year ago.
But everyone thought Gurgle was a liar. Everyone thought his story was false. They might be doing the same here.
Why would they do that to Tiku? Tiku is brilliant.
Gurgle thought the same.
Best chicken.
I send word for you, Tiku. For now, rest. I understand you fight tomorrow.
Oh,
Good luck.
Tiku is in a never ending.
I talk Gerber. Yes. He turns and again he calls out in Draconic. He says, Guilty! The kobold that had been kind of like hiding now is making their way more pointedly through the crowd with a little bit more purpose, less focused on hiding from you. Seems to be going in a specific direction.
Hi, Kelty.
Keldy, as you say, just kind of almost like ducking away from you. Again, almost seems to put distance. Sorry, not Gerbu. Kubo, at this point, as he's turned and started to walk away, he stops and he turns around again. He says, "Good to see you, Tiku.
Good to see you.
I see what happened. Tell you soon." And then he turns and walks into the crowd. Both of them making their way from the looks of it. They seem to almost be heading in the direction to exit Zinderhold.
Well, a second, guys. Hold on. As he's walking away, how the heck did they know that we were fighting tomorrow? The only person that should know that is the dude.
He said he saw our
announced
fight.
it.
They didn't announce that yet.
Yeah, we did.
We did.
I did.
He challenged.
Yeah.
He challenged
Yeah,
him.
but the only people that know. Yeah, but the only people that know we're fighting tomorrow is the announcer. He said,
No, he announced it
challenged it on television.
While while you were like on air,
Yeah.
he made that challenge.
Yeah.
It was immediately
It was
after
publicly.
Zephyr's challenge.
Why would Corbu say that about Tiku?
It's my hyping the crowd.
anyway,
He's pandering to the crowd.
on the note of pandering to the crowd, check out my new party trick, guys. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand to play the strumming of the lute. I'm gonna play them with one hand, and then I'm also gonna cast Prestidigitation to give me a background.
Oh, great.
I'm gonna create like different backgrounds, like a drum and like some other beats. And I'm gonna start playing a full song of like all sorts of stuff.
Oh, great. Well,
I figured this out.
if fighting doesn't work out for us, we can always start a band.
I mean, I don't need you guys.
I'd actually pull out.
I could be pyrotechnics.
I'd actually pull out a bird.
I won't be playing music
I
anytime
jump
soon
up on
with
whatever
one
is the
arm.
highest ground thing nearby, and I start playing to as many people as can see.
But how good is it?
Probably pretty good. But
Performance check.
What the
As
fuck?
your
Tiku says.
as your journey back to your inn continues to be delayed, as Gurgles
23.
as Gurgles
What
starts to
is
put
he
on
doing?
quite the performance.
I would also start
What
playing.
did he? When did he start doing that?
As he's setting this
the tune.
up, because you have to cast a few spells, I assume.
Yeah. Well, I have to
So-
cast a bunch of cantrips.
So as you're starting to like check this out, I'm like, Tiku, is everything all right?
No. Why are we making so much noise?
This is before the noise happens. This is after your conversation.
Yeah. Why? Probably. Maybe.
You just look a little confused.
Tiku is confused.
Why are you confused?
Cause Gerbo's confused.
That confuses you.
Yes, that confuses me.
Okay. Well,
Tiku met Gerbo like a year ago. Maybe 6 months ago.
and how
Tiku's not very good with numbers.
how is Gerbu related to you?
Gerbo is other
Is he-
fighter that we all were sent out to find new master. He was in group.
So
He was in your group.
Yes,
and he's part of your family.
yes, part of clan. Yeah.
What color is Gerbu?
We
You guys
we
haven't seen
him.
Gerbu.
Oh no. Yeah.
Cur-
That said, you would know that Gerbu is
Kerbo was
also
black.
green.
oh.
Green. What does that matter?
Trinity was curious. Okay.
So Gerbu
Think what's
was
going
there
on.
when you got kidnapped for the games.
Yes, all of us were there.
So, out of curiosity, wouldn't he have the better story than you,
I don't know.
as he was actually there?
I don't know. Tiku was unconscious.
Why were you unconscious?
You not listen to my whole story.
No,
Hold
I
on.
w-
Okay,
We were
we'll
listening.
do it again.
Well, I wasn't.
We say it again. So, Tiku was cooking. Normal cooking. Spicy. No.
Tiku, there's nothing normal about your cooking.
Normal cooking for her.
The day before, we met some humans on the road. They really like shiny money. We had lots of money with us when we came because we knew that the humans liked it. And we traded the shiny money for best deal.
Hang on, wait a second. I just thought of something. When the dragon disappeared, did it leave its hoard?
Oh yeah. I don't know why they're so obsessed with it. It's just metal. It's cold, and it's so shiny that it burns your eyes and you can't hide. But it's good for attracting attention, I guess. So then you stay safe.
And then how much did you pay and for what?
I told you, have we not discussed this before? I think who's not good with numbers?
Big pile of money or a small pile of money?
How many of you
How many kobolds?
in gold?
Oh.
whole party of gold. Like all of us, if all of us were together, it was bigger than us.
So a lot of gold.
Okay, lots of gold.
And what did you buy?
I don't know why we're so fixed on the money thing.
I didn't know you came from
Tiki
wealth.
hasn't even finished her story yet.
What did you give the gold to the adventurers for?
Lots of things. We bought, I think, we got shovels and all the human tools. Those are so good. They're so useful. And I think we bought a new pot, and we got food, and somebody wanted a map too. I think they got lots of papers.
I don't think that was a good deal.
Why is this important?
I understand why you don't have any money, Tiku.
Why is this important? I got way lots of food and spices. It was a great deal.
That's
Sorry.
Way
It's
more
a story
useful.
of Chinese, please. I think we should do business, Tika.
It was a great deal. Spices are way more useful than gold.
Yeah.
okay, Tiku. So, okay, but let's get back on
Ooh,
track.
I got a whole.
Okay, Tiku,
Right.
Tiku,
What?
let's focus. Okay, so you fell asleep.
While
Oh yeah,
you
I
were
was cooking. We ate the meal, and we were all going down for bed. And Bruce was like, "Oh, I'll take first watch because we learned that you have to watch during the night to stay safe."
Bruises is another kobold.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it sounds like you found out the hard way.
Oh, I fell asleep. And then Tika woke up, and then Bruce gone, and looked for Bruce, and then I found Bruce, but he was dead.
What about everyone else?
I don't know. They're all
Cook
gone.
him?
Of course they cooked Bruce. That's an insult to his memory.
But no,
Okay.
wait, but there was more than just you.
Where did all the other kobolds go?
Tiku doesn't know.
In our flashback
So they
memory,
were
did
gone.
you look?
Yes, they're gone. And then Tiku, I know where they are now, but I didn't know where they went then. And so Tiku was like, oh, I got to find them. And I got to go. We were planning going to human settlement, so Tiku continues to go to human settlement. And then Tiku lost consciousness again. I do not know why. and then I woke up in the carriage. with
Probably just
Batman.
bad food.
That is impossible. Tico doesn't make bad food. I
find that
haven't made
questionable.
bad food for 30 years.
How old are you, Tico?
I don't know.
This is story at this point again chimes in. She says, "So, I simply am only staying so I can know what you want me to do, as my initial favor was circumnavigated."
Well, come with us to our. Is it an inn? It's an inn,
It's
right?
it's
The Bloody Chalice isn't in.
Let's have you come to our inn. We'll discuss it over dinner. No, with all of us.
Are you sure? Gurgle's favor might go unused.
All right. At this point, I'm going to say that you guys make your way back to the Bloody Chalice.
Ram used to tell Tico that she hasn't made bad food in 30 years. Tico remembers. I don't know what that means. But I am good chef. She says I'm good chef.
You are a great chef, Tico.
As you guys get back to the inn, Till is standing in front of your inn.
Hey!
As you guys walk up, he quickly bows his head down, specifically looking towards you, Tico, and he says, "I'm sorry for what happened."
Small human, you are still alive.
Yes, and he reaches to his side and he opens up a bag
Young
and he
human,
pulls
not
out
really small.
He pulls out a pastry that he had made, similar in composition to the berry pastry you had helped him make the other day, or in this case a few weeks ago. As he says, I don't think it's quite as good as what you made, but I wanted to give you this as an apology and thank you. The reward that you asked for was actually quickly enacted, and he looks towards your inn. He says, and it does seem that my mother was actually released. It seems they weren't lying. She hasn't woke up yet, and Cram said she could stay in her room. I was hoping that might be okay. He seems a little bit anticipant.
Do you know why she hasn't woken up yet?
I don't. She hasn't. She's been asleep since I saw her. Is it okay if she stays?
It's of course. Of course.
He smiles, seemingly like of growing concern, suddenly almost snuffed. He says, "Thank you. I can help with dinner or whatever you'd like."
Just assist Cram what she needs.
I can do that. He opens the door, now holding it open for you. You can see inside, Cram is sitting behind the table, behind her counter, and seems to have a few glasses, currently empty, but laid out with a couple plates of food already prepared.
Before we walk in,
Tico says, "Is that the same boy I met 2 weeks ago? He seems like he lost his spirit. He's not splunky anymore."
Are you saying this so he can hear it, or are you saying it quietly?
no, I was saying it
Lost
before
his
we walked in.
spirit. What do you mean by that?
He's like,
More grateful? Instead of trying to swindle?
I like the merchant boy better. That boy seems sus. There's someone in. How do you tell someone's real?
Usually by touching them.
Don't go touching small boys.
Yo!
Stiku just starts touching everyone. As Till goes up and starts to talk to Cram, you actually do see him start to light up a little bit. For those of you with higher insight, it's pretty clear that there seems to have been a almost a large weight lifted off of Till's shoulders when you said that his mom could actually stay at the inn. And his mood does seem to be steadily improving, although he definitely seems more timid than when you had first met him a few days prior.
Zephyr.
Where's this splunky merchant?
With that, the food already prepared. Till actually brings it to you guys as you kind of find seats around your inn. Zastaria, sitting down, puts her feet up on the table, takes some food and just immediately starts to eat and drink. Just, still waiting to know what you want me to do.
Okay, you're hinting for me to go with you somewhere, right? Okay. So as he's hinting me go up somewhere, I get up, I walk over to Dylan. I have a business proposition I mean to ask you for, but after I take care of this, and I go meet up with Kane.
Okay.
I'd just be going to Cram's room.
Okay. As you go upstairs, the door not locked. You open up the door to Cram's room. There is who appears to be a very pale, what is malnourished human woman. She's fairly small and has wrinkles on her face. Currently covered by the bedding, just like the top of what appears to be a loose tunic, kind of protruding out. Her hands over the blanket. Definitely, almost looks dead. Honestly.
If you wouldn't mind checking her for magical afflictions, I can cure her of any physical ones.
Is she alive?
Medicine check, I guess.
I'll give him guidance.
Okay.
19?
She has no pulse.
Now is she magically...
Okay, he's like, there's no pulse, dude. I was like, I immediately like, oh, we
We're
just
gonna have to
dropped
clean that
glass.
up in a little bit.
What was it, anyways?
That was his cup.
It was your cup. It was someone's cup.
Oh, was it one of the big ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little bit more. Just a lot of glass. We're definitely gonna have to clean that up in a bit. We're gonna finish this.
I don't
We're
see
gonna-
mine right now.
we're gonna
so
clean
that
that
makes me
up.
nervous.
For the time being, let's finish up this.
Okay.
Don't see yours.
Just don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it in a second.
All right. Sorry, I'm completely derailed right now.
She does not seem to be alive.
Oh yeah, so I
As far as I can tell,
Think-
she is...
let me make sure I
Dead.
have this available. Okay, so I do use my Awakened Spellbook to instantly ritual cast Identify on her.
Okay.
I'm looking for magical effects because I'm like, she's dead.
Maybe she's just really, really asleep.
That's what they call dead.
Maybe it's just low blood pressure.
It's deader than my rotting arm that's sitting in the kitchen, which I should probably do. Oh no.
It's not in the kitchen anymore.
It is. This is a different place. In a bowl-like shape.
She is currently affected by a spell. She is currently affected by Animate Dead.
We have a problem here. So she's dead.
So,
I could tell that.
Animate dead specifically. So
That is much worse.
I'm not sure how to
I say we
handle
at
this.
least have dinner first before informing everyone.
Graham?
This is Cram's room, right?
This is Cram's room. You're not in there though. You're down in the effectively the tavern hall.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we do here. Was not expecting his mother to be a living corpse.
I'll admit, I came up here.
During your investigation of the body, how long do you think she's been dead?
What's your medicine check again?
19.
19.
We're kind of ballparking like months, weeks.
Weeks.
She has been expired for several weeks now. Can I determine cause of death? Malnourishment, actual stab wound.
Seems to be malnourishment. She seems to have starved to death.
She appears to have
She has a
starved to
bloated
death
tummy.
in captivity.
This is
This is not at all what I wanted to bring you up to investigate.
This is gonna be an interesting night. So she's technically undead right now.
No, the animate dead spell.
Oh, am I thinking the wrong thing?
No, you're right.
Okay, yeah.
If you use animate dead on a corpse, it would become a skeleton, or if it actually has like any kind of humanoid features, she is a zombie.
Yeah.
I didn't think animate dead was permanent. I thought
And
it lasted an X amount of time.
If you use it on a corpse, it'll turn them into a zombie.
Okay.
And you can maintain it. There's ways now.
Well, we definitely.
By
do
the way, real quick, just so you know, animate dead. You can choose a medium or small humanoid. If its a target is a corpse, it will become a skeleton or a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
The creature is then under your control for 24 hours, after which it stops obeying any command that it was given.
So a 24-hour time period is what we're working under. Well, we do not want to leave her in this state. We probably want to take her out of this now. And I'm just gonna dispel magic, assuming that works. I don't actually know how dispel animate dead works, I'm gonna be honest.
So you would know if you dispel magic animated dead, it would not eliminate the zombie. It would simply eliminate the spell that was controlling them. At this point, she has become a zombie.
So the only way is to...
She would go rabid.
Indeed.
I'm gonna look through my spells. See if I have anything handy here.
I believe the best way to deal with this will be to give Till his last words. To say goodbye. And then we... properly bury her.
Okay, so I actually have the animate dead spell. Okay, so what do I understand how animate dead works as far as on the soul is concerned?
It's just animating the corpse. I don't think
Yeah.
it affects
I think he's wondering if Tiku could take her soul out of it.
No, the soul's gone.
Yeah, the soul's moved
the
on.
soul would be gone.
Okay, that's what I thought.
The only way to bring it back would be a resurrection spell.
This just matters for like
Yeah.
ethics here. He wouldn't be saying goodbye to his mother. At most, it would be a comfort for him.
That is the entire reason why I stated that.
But
His mother is gone, but he does not know that.
But
Unless you want to take care of this now
she
and
can't
explain it to him later.
She can't respond to him. Unless
I
you
was
have.
planning on informing him that she perished
I
in her
have-
sleep.
I have one way he can talk with. Well, I don't. I know of a spell.
Speak with that. I'm familiar.
Do you have it?
I do, maybe?
I think putting her out of her misery, or at least this body, and then using Speak with Dead may be the only way he can have any closure.
I am not familiar with the spell myself. I do know of it, as you stated. I believe that unless Gergo is somehow in possession of that magic, which I very much doubt.
What magic?
We may need
Down
to.
in the hallway.
We may
Without
need to
actually appearing.
procure a scroll. I can head out tonight and see what I can find.
Brilliant.
However, it's under the control of someone. It's dangerous to leave.
I will have someone watch.
Something, so just because it's been a couple weeks, something that you would definitely know with the intellect that you have, Zephyr. So she was promised as effectively to Till, that as long as he fulfilled his agreement, that they would give her back. That was by the 13th seat. But the one thing that you would know is if the 13th seat was the ones maintaining the spell, when you killed them in that fight, the spell would have ended.
Yeah, so someone else is controlling the spell, but like
That's
the worry.
concentration?
Still,
Animate Dead, when you use it, will give you control of the creature for up to 24 hours. And then it has to be recast every 24 hours to keep control of the creature.
But I thought spells that didn't have concentration didn't end when you died.
The order, so in this case, the one who gave the order would no longer be... In this case, they're completely obedient to you. It's not just like you give them one order and they follow that. They follow all of your commands for the 24-hour
For
period.
24 hours, yeah. But if
So if they did not receive a command,
okay. So
they
there's
would
some.
do the last command for 24 hours.
nope.
So
They would
okay.
gain their own will.
So this is debatable. Obviously, there's no canon for this technically.
Okay.
But like artificers, for instance, are kind of a rare exception, from what I understand, because their magical items will stay, but only for there's a specific amount of time they will stay.
That's why
Working.
because like modify memory wouldn't disappear as soon as you killed the caster, especially if it became permanent.
But their control of
but-
the undead would.
But kind of specifies in the spell that it can only be reversed with these
The one thing
spells,
that I would
right?
say as well with
Also, like, the
with that,
control
if you
system.
gave them an order that could last 24 hours, for the next day, do this, that
Follow
order
this.
would last.
Yeah.
But if they just gave an order, they're like, do this,
They-
order would not, unless there was an ability to continue that. If there wasn't a clear next step that it could take, then at that point it would end. The point here is, with this zombie not doing anything, and your knowledge of the spell, especially knowing it yourself, someone casted Animate Dead on her within the last 24 hours, is effectively what I was getting at there.
Yeah.
Does Animate Dead have a range?
No.
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 Not after you
The
cast it.
casting
The
has
casting
range, but-
does, but not after you cast it.
I mean, I think we're gonna need to talk to Till and see what he knows about this. Be very gentle. with him.
Discreet.
And then means what happens at that point. I think actually honesty is gonna be the best in the long run, but let's lead up carefully to that for
I
him.
was going, if you think this is the correct play, I was planning on informing him that when we came up here to resuscitate her, she had perished in the night. It will be a blow, yes, but better than knowing the truth.
I don't know about that. I think we still
Inform
truthful.
him that his mother is a zombie, and that we have
And-
to put her down.
and the people responsible for killing her.
Yes, let's send a little boy on a revenge machine. Woo!
It's
I
it's his
personally
choice.
disagree with that, but
Were the guys that killed this kid's mom? Because apparently I missed the session. Or
We're gonna say you guys went back down to the table and you're discussing with the party while Till is helping cook. Then
the Minotaur, the 13th seat people?
they're the ones that promised Till to give him his mom back.
it's the number one reason they were able to take him on as a servant.
I think we're going to need to get specifics. If anything, we could at least help Tittle get closure after all this. But keeping this farce going for too long is going to definitely be the worst thing.
We definitely deal with it tonight. In fact, I would recommend doing it sooner rather than later.
Yes, I'm going to go pick up a spell.
While you're out, if you could get in contact with the Thornscale Guild, they have an item that you have all mentioned that I would like to purchase.
I can send a messenger on
Thank
my
you.
way out. And so I'll go downstairs and I guess technically we're already downstairs.
We were already
We're
downstairs.
somewhere. I leave. It's like I'm going to be out for a little bit. I'll be back before morning at least.
Whatever.
As you start to exit, the Staria is sitting at the table and goes, "Am I gonna have to stay here tonight?" You know, and she doesn't even turn to you as you're like walking out the door. She goes, "You know, I am quite busy
The
myself."
door shuts.
Walk out, door is shut, and she just sighs and takes a drink.
That'll be good breakfast.
Tiku says.
With that, all of
Zephyr
you
forgot
guys,
about his arm again.
the rest of you currently in the Bloody Chalice, is there anything that you're wanting to do, or are you just celebrating a fight well fought?
Tiku is going into the background and be like, I
I'm performing.
So the Bloody Chalice isn't open to the public. It's
Yeah,
just you
so
guys.
you
If you're performing, you're
No, I was
outside.
performing out.
That
performing
wasn't Tiku's last meal.
live. Tiku, thank you for the meal, but Tiku still lives.
So did you not even? You didn't even want to come back with everyone. You stayed.
Well, I was just trying to perform on the way back, so maybe this happened prior, but maybe I get back at some point. But
Yeah, you'd have to
So
perform
you're
first and then.
you guys are building multiple separate you're building multiple separate personalities for your group, we'll say.
So I wrote my song.
You're welcome to. You're actually going to sing your song.
All right, here we go.
So I don't
live performance.
I don't have music for this, so I'm just gonna read what I'm singing, and then imagine that I play a really cool tune with this. So once there was a team unknown with hopes and a dream. They came to Zinderhold's walls to see what glories could be. They tried to play nice, but got challenged not once, but twice. They were challenged by a god, a champion. The arena lit up like colored neon lights. So what became of these adventurers? What changes will they bring? They beat the god's champion. Now they work towards challenging the king. They listen and spread the word. Gurgle and his party will conquer and be heard. The Cubix Ascenders are here. Spread the joy and maybe a little fear.
Make a performance check. I'll even give you advantage because you actually wrote something.
So I'm actually just gonna be doing this like for multiple times throughout like the journey back to the end. Like I'm trying to get as much exposure as possible. 28.
28. Okay.
And I'm playing the lute, and how I'm playing is I'm doing like a full song too with it, because I'm casting
a concert.
I'm playing with one hand doing the lute chords, and then I'm having my mage hand do my strumming, and then I'm casting prestidigitation to cast background music.
So for clarity for the stream, did you make a level in Bard?
No.
Like,
But
where is this coming from?
I did pick up performance
proficiency.
expertise actually.
And now he's got reliable talent. So
Basically, overnight, Gurgle became a god at instruments.
We're gonna say that I
Realistically,
practiced
it would
this
actually be that he
while
was practicing for a long time, which would culminate, and now he's
No. So I already thought
realizing
this
it.
out. I was actually practicing when I went back to hang out with my grandpa for a while.
No, that
For
could be
a
true.
week?
Yeah.
10 days.
For
Hey, dude, Gurgle's a fast learner.
you guys are very, very like.
He's
Think
the
about
13th level rogue.
think how fast your party just grows in power. D&D adventurers.
Also, I'm very dexterous. Okay, I can pull this off.
Okay.
I'd be taking a short rest in Cran's room, keeping
But I
an
was
eye on
already
Zombie,
really
and
good at-
also
I was-
inspecting the hammer and necklace.
I was already really good at like charisma-based stuff anyway. So
Okay. Is there anything else apart from acquiring a Speak with Dead scroll that you guys are looking to do this day?
Tico is celebrating that she lives.
I'll probably pick up
Party.
2 of them. Just so I can use one and also
in an emergency?
write one down.
And Zephyr also picks up his winnings while he's out.
how long
You
did-
could just
actually,
write one. You insta-write spells.
Yeah, I think I actually can do it quickly. I
Yeah.
forget.
Especially a first level spell like Speak with Dead.
Yes, I'm a scholar wizard, so actually I can probably just write it down. Let me see.
You probably just purchase one and then write it down in like less than a minute.
He's also picking up our winnings. I forgot what we won. Well,
did
he's
not
gonna
forget
do
what
that
you
while he's
won.
out.
If you wanted to pick up your winnings,
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah.
for you specifically, Zephyr, is you did not go down. You bet 50 plat, so you'd get 100 plat, assuming that you minus the 50 when you place the bet. Gurgle unfortunately did lose his bet. Tiku did not sever a limb. That bet was also lost.
Too bad we didn't do that on Razu.
Gurgle made out an anti-bandit.
And then you guys won an additional 20 plat for the victory itself. Just
20 plat,
from
babe.
So you guys got
70 plat.
total of 120.
Oh,
If
no.
you go from 0 to 120 if you took off the 50. Profit of 70 plat. Loss of 550 across the board. Okay. So with that,
Oh, did you vote on who was the
Popular?
Gurgle
I
most
did,
popular? I want to know who was the most popular.
Rudars.
Of course.
Hiram was not wrong.
I was not wrong.
Rudars was very much so the standout in the fight, as well as, this is something I'll say that you kind of are able to hear you as well, Gurgle, as you're performing, as well as rumors or more so questions that have started to spawn around Zinderhold around, what is that magic? What was Rudars actually doing? As many people are unfamiliar with it. With that being the case, as you guys are having a little bit of a night of celebration, disappointingly for you, Razu, Kogal does not seem to show. But especially, again, for you, Zephyr, as you're out a little bit later, again, you notice there are less and less people. Zinderhold, like, while you've been here, this has been effectively like almost like a bustling city in the way that it actually functions, albeit a little bit more crass and underhanded, we'll say, or brutal in its nature. There's still been a decent portion of people, but while you haven't been able to exactly pinpoint it, even from like when you left, as you get focused, you find your means to purchase the scroll as well as to start work on the spell scroll, which I believe is 50 gold for...
You got to name your song, Paul, and I'll post it on social media.
For
The
level...
Cubix Ascenders. Already named it.
Sorry, it's 100 gold. It'd be 100
You gotta
gold
be like,
for
"Here
if
comes
you're
the
wanting
Cubix
to need,
Ascenders."
if you're getting all the materials.
Okay.
This would be enough to actually do 10 separate spells, whether or not that is Animate Dead or multiple others.
So
The Cubix
I don't use
Ascends? Is
ink.
that what it
That's
actually
Ascenders. I just
That
was
would
chicken
take-
scratching.
It would half it.
That would half it.
Yeah.
There's
So
gonna be
you
a
wouldn't have to
lot
purchase
of
that, so it'd be
typos or
50 gold.
misspells in
That'd be
there.
enough for 10 spells that you're able to purchase.
Also, it's not actually.
But-
it's not actually correct. I reworded some stuff in my head, but
correct?
The thing that you notice... Chill. Wait. Shh. As you're going out and you're purchasing, even from like on your way there, you're like, there's not that as many people. Then you purchase your scrolls, start to work on them a bit before leaving, not even finishing, and again, less people. Almost to the
about
point
to
where
get shanked, mama.
like, it's a little too quiet here. Let's see. What do we do?
there is still individuals. It's by no means is Zinderhold abandoned, but what is normally a very bustling and very like loud, rambunctious style of city. On this floor, it is, at least on your floor, it gets close to that level where you're like, this is almost more of like an abandoned town where you have like just like a group of people that have taken up living here. It's like a village size of people in like a city is kind of the feeling you get, to where it starts to seem a bit abandoned by the time you get back to the Bloody Chalice, arriving quite a bit later into the evening. With that, Zephyr would return a few hours later. Cram is actually taking your advice very well, Tiku. Even in this short amount of time, you just got very solid potential as a cook. The meal that she made, while not as good as yours, is actually still quite good. Context, she got a 21.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, very, very good food that she had made. But as Zephyr returns back to the Bloody Chalice, realistically, it's up to you guys what you want to do for the night. Do you just want to celebrate, speak with Zastari in the morning? What is your plan for the evening?
Till still up?
Till, by the time you got back, yeah, I would still say Till's up. By the time you get back, you wouldn't be, this would also lead you to, it's weird how little people are there. You would actually get back around like 8 to 9 in the evening would be about the point that you get back. Till would be getting fairly tired as he
So-
works on an earlier schedule himself.
So, Till, when you got your mother back, what do you mean by getting her back?
Oh, well, as soon as you guys won, they were actually extremely fast. Surprisingly enough, it actually wasn't the seat holders. They brought me the contract that I signed, and he kind of like reaches about his purse and goes, I think I left it upstairs, but I can get it for you if you want. They signed off that I had completed my term. They told me that it was thanks to all of you, and they brought it was two individuals. He kind of like looks around the room a bit before finding Tiku and pointing to her and say, they looked similar to Tiku. One even had the same colored skin, and they brought her. They gave that, so around the side of the house, I was going to offer this to you. They gave me a small wagon that I was able to cart her here in. I'm not sure what I'll be able to use that for, but I was planning to gather ingredients for Tiku with it. But yeah, I brought her back. Cram helped me lay her down. Cram told me that she seems to be very sick, so we tried to give her some food and water, but she didn't seem to drink it. So I'm hoping that she'll get better with time. But yeah, a couple individuals that again looked like Tiku brought her.
And do you know where she was before they brought her?
I don't. I thought she was dead.
Odd. We did check on your mother, and something seems off.
Oh, yeah, she's sick.
It seems it may be more than that, but we'll do what we can.
Thank you. He almost like feigns a bit of a smile, but you can definitely tell there's still worry there. And as he goes and starts to talk with Cram again.
I go pull Kane aside, meet up with him.
I'd be up in Cram's room.
Okay. So I meet up with Kane, and then I'd be like, so I got the scroll. I've put it on my spellbook. I can perform it.
She has not moved, so the 24 hours is not up yet.
Actually, I better speak with Dead in my spellbook real quick.
Okay.
Have you informed Till yet?
I have not. I was asking him questions. Did you happen to talk to him at all?
I have not. I've stuck by her side as, well, at least in my personal opinion, seeing his mother act ravenously would be even worse for his psyche.
For sure. I'm just checking for any materials or anything. Okay, so there's no cost. Okay. And so what he told me was that some kobolds had brought her to him.
Did he say what they look like?
Just mentioned they look like Tiku.
He said one looked like Tiku. One
Okay.
was the same color. Oh yeah, he said one was the same color. They all look.
I'm not sure. I mean, she's been dead for weeks. They just held onto her body as collateral.
The kobolds are... Something is wrong in regards to them. Similar to Gungilly. At least the stories that I've heard. Is that no one believed Gurgle. Even though he kept saying one story and they all believed another. And I'm assuming the same thing is happening here. At least something similar. You might have been out of it, but Tiku was questioning the black one earlier. Gobu? Something like that.
But what does that have to do with Till's mother?
Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. We are kind of in a location where we can't really put anything to chance. Unless you're wanting to just leave it up to chance and toss it aside.
I mean, for now, it's nothing we can act upon. We just take care of this problem first.
I agree. But it is something to keep in mind in the future. As I assume Tiku will want to get in contact with Gobu.
Who would be best at breaking this to Till?
Cram.
Cram. Okay, we call Cram up to the room.
Okay. As you call for Cram, she quickly makes her way upstairs,
would-
struggling a little bit. She's not the most healthy, but she seems to almost like quickly respond. As she runs into the room, she
I
goes,
would catch her at the door and just ask her,
Okay.
are you aware of the condition of Till's mother?
She stops. She says, I'm aware that she doesn't. She's weak, if anything.
Have you seen her since?
Yes, I placed her in the bed.
I'll wave her on in.
And she quickly runs in. You being a little bit closer to the bench, goes. So what is it, Zephyr? Is she gonna be okay?
Closing the door behind her.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we're whispering. Because Till's going to be a curious boy.
Have Aerith watch Till.
Yeah, I'll have Aerith go out there and play with Till.
Okay. He was gonna sneak up after you guys. Aerith is able to keep him distracted downstairs, as he does seem to have a certain fascination with magic that Aerith seems to prompt as well as interacting with Tiku, seemingly asking you Tiku. He'd be asking you about other ingredients that you might need to make more delicious pastries.
You see this arm?
Just get me wherever you can find.
We're going for the truth.
Well, with Cram for sure.
We can
She's dead.
Before he said that, I was going to have her sit down first.
Unfortunate. You're literally like, as she does, her face very clearly seems to drop a little bit. Her shoulders kind of shrug or drop as well. She goes, I was worried about that.
From what Kane could tell, she's been dead for weeks.
She died of starvation.
She's currently a zombie.
Oh,
It appears someone, either through malice or unintention, is trying to hold up to Till's end of the bargain in the loosest way possible.
it's dastardly.
It is.
And I apologize, but we were going to ask if you could tell Till, as he seems to trust you the most.
She nods almost
He won't
quickly in
believe
response.
any of us.
I can do that.
And we will need to take care of the body, as it is currently alive and is only being held back by magic.
I see.
And also, with that, we do have in mind, once we dispel the magic, that we can you speak with Dad to give Till some final words. 5 questions.
Allow him to say goodbye.
I think that might help. Would it be possible to... You said that she's a zombie, yes? Would it be possible to end that before we bring Till?
That's the plan.
That is what the plan is.
We're
She
going
will
to do it quietly.
need to be dead for Zephyr's spell to work.
Correct.
I can go collect Till. Perhaps tell him when we're winding down for the evening. At least let him enjoy a little bit more time. But if you need to do something, could you do it before I bring him in to tell him?
Yes, for sure. I am looking for a thing. How do we want to handle this now? How do we kill a zombie as
I was
quietly as
planning on
possible?
just cutting the spine at the nape of the neck.
You're getting good at that.
I reveal my hand and it turns into claws. Very much so, yes.
Cram seems like she kind of squints this and she says, I'd rather leave for this part if that's all right. And
I'll open the door for her.
she walks to the door, heads downstairs.
And I'm just going to cast Problem Savagery and just one claw. Just.
Okay, one more thing before he does that.
Oh, really?
No, you can do that. I cast silence over us.
Okay. Cram exits. Zombie is not.
I was going to say,
is
do you need
not-
me to roll damage?
They're not super strong as you effectively go up behind it, almost like picking up her head and then using your claw just.
Basically, at the bottom of the neck so no one can see it.
It's fairly clean, all things considered. Both in regards to a little bit of a steady hand, combined with the fact it seems she's been bled dry. This is likely
Just a husk.
this is not only did she die of starvation, but it almost seems as if she was drained after death.
She was like mummified almost.
These
Very much
experiments
so.
are pretty rough, guys. Whatever's going on in this
Oh, that
stuff.
sucked. She got sucked.
With that, even
first victim.
even for a zombie, she was frail. It seems that there's only even with the animate dead spell, what is keeping her together and was keeping her even unalive was frail at best. But with that, you're able to confirm that she is no longer living in any capacity.
Also, I am casting Gentle Repose on her to preserve her body, and she can't be raised dead again.
Okay. Worth noting in that regard,
The next 10 days.
as you as you slit the nape and you immediately move in a similar fashion to what you saw with Roko, as well as what you saw with the body of Zestaria, the body did start to deteriorate at a rapid pace. You are able to delay that.
I didn't think the spell would be that useful.
I didn't even think you had that. I didn't think about you having that spell when I created this.
Are they deteriorating in the same way the sprig did, like Rickshaw?
Yes.
Oh, that's not good.
But with that,
What if her spirit doesn't return, as in she's not dead?
Well, then we'll know. We can call the spirit before we bring Till up.
No, because then you won't be able to for at least 24 hours with how the spell works.
How long does it last?
yeah.
Like, it's 5 questions, but how long is that?
I guess you could
how
just-
long is that?
It lasts for a long time, according to the D&D movie, anyway.
that is a movie. In D&D, it lasts for 10 minutes.
10.
Okay.
10 minutes.
And then I can't cast it. I can't use it on that corpse for 10 days.
10 days, okay.
He might want longer than, or he might want the whole
But
time.
if she's not dead, then it won't matter anyways.
Are you wanting to risk it now?
Well, let's get Till prepped. Well, maybe not.
I was going to say, if she's not dead.
no,
let's-
he should know that
let's-
she's dead.
let's-
And then have you raise the magic to bring her back. Let
No,
him see that.
no. What?
What I'm worried about is that she's not dead. This is a sprig.
Well, I know, but
I
even still.
think we still need to break that to him. He needs to experience that with us.
Yeah, he needs to experience the whole thing.
Yeah,
Help you guys figure
no,
this
for sure.
out a
We,
little
we,
quicker.
we just assume that this is her, undo the thing. If we found out that she's not that, then it'll be a relief to him. But he will need to know that his mother's not here, and that someone's lying to him.
Now, technically speaking, if what I think is true, that is, technically speaking, his mother.
Part of her.
Which means that the contract was not broken, even though it
It's.
was.
It's. Yeah, I don't know how this works exactly on this end. How loose you can be with it. I'm sure there's some counsel or something we could talk to. But let's handle what's in front of us.
I'll just take a seat and wait for Cram.
Yep.
Okay. She takes a few. She does take a bit. She gives you guys.
I'm just sitting up there watching through
Aerith.
So both seemingly giving you guys ample time to do whatever you need. Also, in addition to that, she seems to have Till be helping her to clean up the remnants of what was the not necessarily small celebration, but really the dinner following your guys' victory. She leaves you up there for like a good 30 minutes. Zestaria is at this point drunk, passed out on the table. But after about 30 minutes, she would bring Till up to the room. And entering in, Till just he comes in with very much so a concerned look on his face. And he says, Cram said that there's something wrong with Mom, and Cram at this point places her hand on his shoulder and he says, Till, she was dead before she got here. He kind of shaking his head. He says, no, the kobold told me. He told me that she was alive, that she could walk with us. She would be able to run soon. And she again almost like tightening her hand, not like in any kind of a hurting way, but like just a little bit of a tightened grip on his shoulder. Says, it seems that they were not entirely truthful with you, Till. And Till at this point, kind of like shrugging her off, quickly runs over to the bed and grabs his mom's hand and effectively almost like starts to pull on her hand a little bit, almost a little bit violently, to where she almost like tugs a little bit down. He says, "No, Mom, show them. Show them that you're awake." As he continues,
Do you
and
feel the cold?
Cram walks up and places her hand on his shoulders. His tears start to fall from his face. He says, He puts it down. He says, "I knew it was too good to be true. She died a few weeks ago in a fight that I started."
That is not what her wounds suggest. She doesn't have any wounds.
Oh,
She died of starvation.
that doesn't make any sense. It was close to a month ago.
She has been dead for several weeks. I do not think as long as a month, though.
Oh, part of the reason that I thought she might be alive, she was hurt in that fight. And I was told that she died, but I was pulled away. And Cram again, just hands on his shoulder, almost seemingly interrupting him so he doesn't have to tell this story. She says, It was a fight over some goods. He hasn't had much money for most of his life. Neither did his mother. I think he was trying to find a good meal for the evening, as it had been a bit since they'd eaten. And unfortunately, he was caught and likely would have been beaten to death, but his mother both stood up for him and elected to take his punishment. I didn't want to let him see it, so I took him away. We received word later that day that she did not make it.
There is some good news to this story, however.
Till looks up to him and says,
My friend here is capable of allowing you one last conversation, if you would like.
You can ask her 5 questions as I bring her soul back to her body, but you only have 10 minutes.
He thinks for a moment, then he nods. And he says,
Take your time and think about your questions.
And
We have all night.
remember, it will only be 10 minutes, not a second longer.
He nods, and at this point, he would actually just take quite a bit of time. Effectively would sit on the edge of the bed and almost seemingly poring over his thoughts, just kind of like looking down. It almost looks like he's writing something on the bed with his fingers, almost like tracing words. What exactly he's writing, it's almost as if he's just trying to collect thoughts.
I hand him some paper and a pen.
He actually starts to go through and compose different questions. He crosses some of them out over the time, as well as circles a couple of them. After about an hour of this, he says, all right, I believe I'm ready.
Okay, and I will ritual cast the spell. I believe. Let me make sure.
Okay, I need to double check one thing.
Or I guess I just have to cast the spell.
I was going to say, I don't think...
Yeah, it doesn't have ritual
that is
cast.
ritual.
Yeah.
You've been playing too much product yet.
All right. Well, actually, I haven't played much of that. But
So
it just sounds like a spell that should be able to be ritual cast.
this is what I thought. So as you cast the spell, you recall something specific about Speak with Dead. You grant a semblance of life to the corpse of your choice within range, allowing to answer questions you pose. The corpse must have a mouth, and the spell fails if the deceased creature was undead when it died.
Oh, I didn't see that. Well, it was undead when it... Oh, that's true. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Yeah, I should have known that.
Really? I definitely didn't know that part.
Yeah.
I read the spell.
Unfortunate.
How do you not have something be undead when it dies? Is there a way to cleanse a zombie?
How long have they been in there? Would I have
There
been
is-
Oh,
back?
they've been up there for hours. You
Religious.
definitely know.
There's religious.
You would
rituals
be
and
very
stuff.
clear
Can
that
you
they're doing
cleanse an
something.
undead?
I don't think there's a single spell in D&D to remove zombification. At least to my knowledge.
The closest thing I can think of is actually. Oh, man.
So
Does
Wish
spell
could do
curse?
it.
Well, Wish can do anything.
You said, I don't know if there's a spell. I was like, Wish could do it.
Is it a curse?
No, it's not even that. Like, what would this be defined as? Okay, I can think of a few spells that might be related, right? You could maybe say Greater Restoration.
The
Spell
answer,
evil
the
and
answer is
good.
according, as far as the rules go,
Okay.
the only things that would work would be True Resurrection
True resurrection.
or Wish.
Oh, okay. So you're saying you have to resurrect the thing. Okay. Wow, that's unfortunate.
That's
awkward.
Yikes.
That said, as you cast the spell, you both realize the limitations of the spell. But in addition to that, you notice the spell doesn't seem to function how it normally should. Even when you cast the spell on an undead creature, it should just fail.
Okay.
But there's almost, when you cast the spell, it's almost as if for a moment an essence of life is breathed into this creature. Enough so that you're not 100% that this ever was a human.
Which means it couldn't be undead?
What do you mean?
Because the spell actually kind of worked. Which, according to...
No, I'm giving you something
Yeah.
because you guys
Because you
didn't read your spell.
Yeah.
The answer...
Because we overlooked a part of the spell.
I see. You overlooked it. I never had the spell.
Effectively, I'm giving you a little bit to tell you that even if this wasn't a zombie, it still wouldn't have worked.
Okay.
How that happened? Magic.
Right. Well,
Is it what I thought earlier?
it appears that maybe so, at least in principle. Well, Till, I have some bad news and good news. Good news, this doesn't appear to be your mother. Not entirely.
Seems confused at that.
We can discuss those details later. It's something we're still trying to figure out ourselves. Bad news, this isn't your mother, so we don't know where she is.
Nor do we know her state.
He looks at her and he both seems distraught by this, but almost has like a flicker of some, effectively a flicker of hope with it. His face is contorted. Fresh tears are starting to fall as he goes, well, if you don't know, I guess I'll find out. He stands up at this point and says, I think I'm gonna go to sleep for tonight.
Krem, if you can make sure to stay with him.
She nods and gestures to the bed. She says, would you be able to take her somewhere? Oh. I'd hate for her to be disposed of the same way most of the others are here. There isn't exactly a cemetery or graveyard here. Is there something that you could do with her body?
I can take care of her in a respectful manner.
She nods and she says, if you don't mind, we'll stay in a different room tonight.
You may take my room. 5th.
She nods. For the first time, not seemingly scared of taking a different room as she
Till.
places her hands on Till's shoulders and they start to walk towards the edge of the room.
I go to Till. I get on one knee and kind of put my hand on his shoulder. What was your mother's favorite place?
He smiles for just a second at that. He says, I never got to see it myself, but she said there were meadows near Lone Peak. It's a place in the plains. south of a bit southwest of Stilmakar, if I understand correctly, or west of the Dryson Woods. She said there was a field of meadows, or flowers, sorry. She always told me about it and said we would go there one day, as soon as we were able to get enough money here, that we could leave.
Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know.
May we have her name to give her the proper respect?
Her name was Marie. It is Marie. As he seems to cling to that little bit of hope that you had said, from what you had said before. And at this point, unless you have something else to say to them, they would exit.
You have a good night.
Both of them actually just immediately go to Kane's room in this case to rest for the evening. Is there anything else you guys wish to do this evening?
I believe the meadows he was speaking of were Yuldabar. A little farther west, but Yuldabar is a beautiful place.
Have you been?
Yes.
I mean, you have modes of transportation over there.
Not until the morning. The fight was, actually, wait. Never mind, I didn't use any spells! I would not be able to make a round trip until the morning, but I can take us there tonight.
We can do that, and then we can just set up camp if we have to. I'm not worried about anything randomly stumbling across us.
I also think that we are strong enough to take on anything.
And actually, before we go... Well, no, I can't do that tonight either. Never mind. I can't do that. I already used my spells. All right. I try to be flashy.
So what's the plan?
I'll bend down
we'll
and
do that.
pick her up. Princess Carrie.
Okay.
And then we go downstairs and be like, all right, we'll be back tomorrow morning.
The story is passed out, so this is just be the rest of you that'd be responding to this.
What you got there, Kane?
As Roger sees for the first time the dead body in your arms.
This was Till's mother. We are taking her out to be buried.
Tickle too doesn't understand that.
And you resin them.
Zephyr's gonna be nice. He's gonna go upstairs. He's gonna go grab a blanket. He's gonna come back downstairs and put it on Zestaria.
You're like, we'll be back in the morning, and then Zephyr's like, kind of looks over and is like, goes upstairs and grabs a blanket and comes and puts it over Zestaria, who does notably seem to smile as the blanket's placed on her.
Don't make that face at me.
I never
Don't look at me in that tone of voice.
That tone of voice. Okay, so
Why do you bury them? Tickle
take a
too
step
doesn't
outside.
understand.
You respect other people's culture, just as I respect yours.
No. I still think it's wasteful.
What happened to my arm?
What the?
The arm that was attached to the shield.
The shield is right there on the counter.
I know, but where's the arm?
Oh, I don't know.
Whatever. I can't deal with this tonight. All right, let's get going, Kane.
I respect my friends.
Sarcophagus coming back.
as Zephyr avoids the meal for the evening.
I will take a step outside, and with a little bit of finagling, I pull out my staff and I set it on the ground before retaking Maria. Marie or Maria?
Marie.
And then the staff, almost floating there for just a moment, almost seems to grow roots out of the bottom, taking root into the ground, leaves sprouting out from the top, growing into a massive 30-foot tall tree right in front of the bloody chalice. And then I will place a hand on the tree and casting transport via plants, teleporting us to Yuldabar.
Okay. Only thing, just so you know, the floors within Zinderhold are 20 feet. So it would have gone wide. It would have spread out rather than going to 30 feet tall. But with that being the case,
So it's yeah.
yeah.
That's
So effectively, you made more like a sequoia rather than something that's really tall. But with that being the case, you cast pass through plants, and end up for you, Zephyr. This is actually the first time you've been here, although this would be a familiar sight to you. There's not many places in Yuldabar that are known for meadow fields. However, you would be familiar with one. The area you enter into it almost reminds you a little bit of the clearing where you guys had the battle in Gongilly, where the two sides had fought. But rather than a bridge with a river through the middle, where what is surrounded by what is very luscious, and more so thin, taller trees, like 30 to 50 feet tall. We're going like so redwood style of trees, decently sized bases. The bark is like a deep brown that almost seems to flake off the trees slightly. All of the plant life here seems incredibly alive, almost to the point that you being more familiar with the arcane, this would be a familiar feeling to you. This forest feels magical, not in the same way that the dome did for the Dryson Woods, but like the trees themselves have an arcanic, almost like an arcanic nature to them.
By the way, just assuming we brought a shovel and
Yeah,
stuff.
I did assume that you had brought the equipment for it.
You're digging, by the way. I have one arm.
As it's still like bloodied and scabbed over. It's healed, but still not.
It is fine. I was already planning on it.
I struggle setting up camp.
Okay. So as you guys set up camp, and I assume effectively perform a burial for Marie, burying her in the meadow.
And I will do the actual ceremony spell the next morning.
As I finish burying her, I will turn to Zephyr. To answer your previous question in a little better detail, and yes, I know it's been weeks. Olivale saved me when I was a kid. I would have died without his assistance. And while he might not pass along the same judgment to everyone, I feel I need to. As without his assistance, I would not be here. So without my assistance, others would not be here. I'm referring to when I consumed Rickshaw's corpse.
I don't remember that quite.
You asked me why I did it.
You hate
Oh,
rickshaw?
okay, that's right. Yeah.
That's what I meant by consumed.
Yeah.
What a psycho.
I mean,
You just seemed like you were asking for an answer, and I feel I gave you one.
yes, I was more curious about your background. I find other religions fascinating to learn about. They all seem to have their own customs and ways of doing things.
I'm a follower of Bahamut, but also not really. As all dragons.
You seem a little loose around morality for a follower of Bahamut.
All dragons follow their own rules. While all dragons follow either Bahamut or Tiamat, in the end of the day, they follow themselves.
Very self-serving. That makes sense. Might be good to talk to Tiku about your religion. She's kobold after all.
Yes,
She may find it. She may be able to find some kinship with you.
As a kobold, she is more seeking for another individual of power to hide behind. At least as far as I understood it.
Yeah, but she's lived under a rule of a dragon.
As have I.
You might just find some kinship there. That's all I'm saying.
I will keep it in mind.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've just
So with that-
camp.
You perform the burial. At this point, everyone would get a long rest.
Yeah.
And that's where we're going to go to break so we can clean up glasses and shadow over the floor. So,
My apologies.
We will be back here in a few minutes. Thanks for everyone who's currently tuning in. We'll be back in a second. All right. And we are back with a slight crisis. With a slight crisis averted. Class now cleaned up. So, again, everyone has now long rested, if you didn't do that before, just to make sure that you are well rested for the day to come, as Razu has scheduled you an eventful day. First thing, for for both.
Aerith kept watch at night. Just saying.
Thankfully, the night was uneventful. That said, in the morning, as you finish the rite for Marie, and
Did you use the ceremony spell specifically?
yes, and use the ceremony spell. You are correct, Jasmine. I apologize. Tiku got inspiration from that. Apologies, we had to do the screen wasn't on the vote, so I just didn't quite remember. But do want to make sure I pass that along. As you finish your inspiration spell, and you guys get ready to return to.
I would just make sure Malrith was okay, just real quick.
Bro, you gotta hit me up with that inspiration spell.
That inspiration spell? What do you mean?
That's what you said.
Tiku got the inspiration spell, as I think.
Oh, yeah, Jasmine casts spells. Don't you know magic?
Get on her level.
As you effectively, as you internally ask Malrith if she's all right, upon waking up the next morning, she goes, "Divine, all right.
Alive.
Am I alive?
Are you dead?
No?
Well, we do live in a land of magic.
I'm still working on that. This full sentience thing is still a little bit new to me. That said, it seems you have company."
Perception check! Ooh. 28.
Not hard to spot. As you see a familiar dragonborn monk currently leaning on a tree. Likely has actually been there for a bit. Not noticed until now, but seems to have been waiting for you to actually complete your ceremony. As, yes, this is Mirrodin, just in case you were curious. As Mirrodin, upon you actually finishing up your ceremony, approaches, his hands in his sleeves. This is a yellow dragonborn.
Don't attack. I'm unarmed.
His neck is actually a little bit elongated, to where it almost gives you like serpentine vibes, almost like you on tea, but not quite to that extent. No tail, but is wearing what appears to just be green, yellow, and brown robes. They almost look dirtied, although upon closer inspection, it is just a nature look. It seems like he's almost seemingly trying to resemble the colors of like grass and dirt. He approaches, talking to you, Kane. He says, "Well, she called it right. She said you would be here."
Which she are we referring to in this particular instance?
A new one. Oliver's been busy since you left. He's got, we have an additional, inspiration, I'll say. At least for me. Alicia treats her more of like another master. But the splendor of her scales doesn't quite hold up to Olivel's. With that said...
Gold?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
With that said, I am here on business from her. It seems that some of her children have gone wayward. There are... Children is a loose term. It is not like us. Servants used to worship her, but things have changed in recent times. I think you might have already met them if what I was told is correct.
I have
There are
several kobolds, if that is what you are referring to.
Yes. The Kobold clan. They lived on an island not far from Lone Peak, further to the south.
When you say Lone Peak, do you mean the... I think you called it the something claw?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just didn't know it was called Lone Peak.
Under her request, and under the blessing of Olivel as well, it seems that their leader needs to be dealt with. He's deviating from the plan that was set forward for him.
The name of the leader?
I believe it was Garbu.
Gerbo? That is the name I was familiar with. If I misheard, that is fine. But that does raise a question. The dragon on that isle was green last I checked.
Dragons are a funny thing. They can show you many colors, I guess you could say. Also, there were 2 dragons on that isle.
A mother and son.
Yes. Not the same color. At least if what we're told is to be believed. That said, I haven't dug in too much into it myself. I simply know that Orvel has given blessing for us to listen to this newcomer for at least the time being. I believe she'll show herself to you soon. But in the meantime, it seems Gorbu needs to be dealt with. And as far as I know, the name is Gorbu, just so you know.
I will confirm. And I will give a specific bow that would be universal to us. May Orvel guide your path.
Yes, and bless your day. At this point, he turns and just walks back into the woods.
So does that happen often?
Mirrodin is a little more... What's the...
As Cage short circuits.
I'm just
Religious! Oh my gosh, why could I not think of that one? Mirrodin is a little more religious than the rest of us. Him being closer in species.
I'm just more curious about how did he find us?
That, I assume, will be Tiku's old master, assuming the dots I have connected are not incorrect.
How did they find us?
I have a connection with Orvel.
Do you just follow that? You're just like a homing beacon?
No. Scrying magic exists for one, and two, dragons.
Yeah, but it doesn't tell you,
powerful.
tell them your location.
Yes, it does.
You get to see the area, but
And if you're a dragon who's seen the entire continent, it is not difficult to pinpoint the location. It is the
Sounds
number
pretty
one
difficult.
reason why he had me travel the world, so that way I could find my way, no matter the location.
so is this like a popular hotspot for you people?
Look around. Is it not beautiful?
It is. I'm just more concerned that they could just find us at any point.
So if you went missing, would you not want Tiku and Gurgle and Razu to know where you were, to be able to find you, to perhaps rescue you?
Yeah, but I wouldn't want their family members to exactly know where I am all the time.
Mirrodin is my family member. He knows where I am, not you.
I don't know. Let's see how I feel about this.
I think you're being a little over-paranoid in this particular situation.
I just think it's kind of an invasion of privacy to just be like tracking your whereabouts at all points.
I don't think you understand. I'm not that important.
Then why track you?
They tracked me to bring me a message. I think this conversation is a little much, don't you?
Looking around, feeling like being watched all the time now.
And you're telling me Riveron did not give you that impression?
No.
Talos probably knows where you are right now. You never once made this thought.
I cast.
Divine intervention. Talos.
Do I have
What
this?
the F, dude? Why you stalking me, bro?
Contact other plane.
There's a. Oh, there's actually another spell, but I don't know if I have it prepared right now. I don't have it prepared at the moment. So don't worry about it.
Shall we return to the others, or do you want to continue to
I just
press me for my...
It just feels like an overbearing parent. That's all I'm saying.
Olivel is a dragon.
That's,
It kind of comes with the territory.
So you're like treasure to him. So
It is not too far off.
So can you not get married? Because if like someone takes you away from him, would he just like eat them?
I will be honest, I have not asked because I did not find that important enough.
Just curious. I guess as long as she's willing to serve him, I guess that'd be fine. Then you just get more treasure. Maybe that's his ploy.
I'm gonna cast Transform Me Influence at this point. And if he gets left behind, that is totally fine with me.
As you guys return, still fairly early in the day.
I've just theorized.
It's already almost noon. Where the heck are you guys?
Questions.
As soon as we exit, I just place my hand against the tree and it turns back into my staff. The roots almost pulling out, making no trace that they were there.
Okay.
It's almost noon. Where the heck are you guys?
It is 8 in the morning.
It would still be early. The ceremony is an hour, right?
Yes, I think. It might be 10 minutes.
Check. Ceremony. Where are you? Oh wait, you're first level. It is an hour. Yes.
Yeah, so it'd be like 9:10 by this point. Not quite noon, but definitely mid-morning for what we'd be looking at.
Well, Zephyr.
With that, you are back at the tavern, and Gurgle saying, "Where have you been?" is echoed quickly by Zistaria, who is now awake but seemingly rubbing her temple. Just like, it is a little annoying. I thought we were going to have a conversation yesterday, and now I'm not really in the mood to do the things that I was supposed to do today. But
Yeah, she wants to have a conversation with you, Zephyr.
But it is supposed to be with everybody. I did your task. I did his. I wish to incur the favor of your...
Everyone?
You have a.
How else am I supposed to incur a favor from your group?
By asking?
You look.
I asked what I needed to do to incur a favor from your group.
You kind of look a little rough there.
I feel amazing.
I cast Lesser Restoration.
Oh god.
Oh no!
As you walk over, kind of like hand on her shoulder, and again, what is canon in my world? As you place your hand on your shoulder, almost in your Avatar jokes, almost like you're water bending the alcohol out of her blood. You rip it from the pores on. In this case, I'd say like the side of her neck. As you just, she's like, actually, I feel a little better.
We actually learned about that recently.
It's just like ripping off a scab.
Yeah, but through your skin, it's like whatever.
It can't be any worse than losing an arm.
I don't know, but I'm awake now, and I feel much better. Thank you.
Razu, Tiku.
No.
What?
We're having a
Apparently,
conversation.
Razu was also passed out, and he just says no, laying across one of the tables.
Well, that's his answer.
I spike Razu's drink with my poison, so he can't be immune to it.
Your poison's only your special poison when your heart's beating.
No, that's not the case anymore.
No, his normal poison is also poisonous.
Oh.
So no favors then. For now, I suppose I'll just continue to investigate the way I have been.
So
that turns it into a paralyzed poison instead of a poison.
I do have
poison.
something in mind. Our Trinity needs to think how to actually do this.
As you're thinking, a knock comes to the door. She kind of like just turns her head before the door is pushed open, and Quickshade steps through.
Oh.
And says, "Hello, my friends. I have a terrible news.
They declined?
They resigned." So, congratulations.
Well, hold on.
But
Was it a group of kobolds?
No, it is not.
Oh.
The only kobolds that rank within Zinderhold are actually quite a bit higher.
Why did they resign? I brought back all the ones that we killed.
Yes. Well, it seems you did make an impression, and all of my excitement from yesterday is gone. Is in response to their resignation, as did the 11th through 9th seats. So what was set to be an exciting week in my mind is instead most boring.
You're welcome, Roger.
Then just tell the 8th seat that we all fight.
Hang on.
Hold on,
weeks
Razu.
from now.
Let's hold off on that for a second, Razu. We need to, we're jumping up a bit here.
Also, just so you know, I don't even know what the 8th seat's plan is. They're not currently in Zinderhold. So, you are welcome to issue a challenge, but in similar capacity to what you had done initially, they would have a few months to respond.
Can we
because
skip-
They are not currently present.
What if we just challenge like number 6?
That is possible. You do not have to go through the ranks in order.
There you go, Razu. What do you want to do?
Just go challenge.
Well, who's here?
challenge freaking.
Just keep in mind.
Kogal right now.
Yeah, it's fine.
Keep in mind
The
that I
eight-
never actually joined your team.
That is the only reason you were able to fight.
Yeah, you.
No,
Yes.
I was a guest just like the other people.
No, you are officially part
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Also,
You are saying
100% that definitely happened. You just weren't here to talk about it. So
Correct. That was the
had
session
you-
I was also gone.
You are currently signed to the team. Don't miss weeks.
I didn't have a choice.
True. Whatever the case is, he says, now, the resignation for the other seats is still currently under wraps, and for what it's worth, I would like to keep it that way. It loses a little bit of the spectacle for many of the fights, and
So you're
let's-
saying you do want us to punch above the belt?
yes, it would help us quite a bit. And in terms of, let's just
Publicity?
say there were many, many coins that would be lost on bets for upcoming fights if they simply were to resign. It would be, we'll say, unhealthy for our ecostructure.
So what happens during a resignation?
Well, as the seat that you have challenged has resigned, they have lost their seat entirely. As of right now, unfortunately, as he gestures to the inn you're currently in, he says, this is actually now property.
Of the 13th seat, and that's not us.
Yes. So, the good news is, you get an upgrade. You're moving up in the world. All the way up to the 25th floor, in fact.
And if we want to stay here?
I don't think no one's ever asked that before, huh?
No, that would be a first. This is currently tied to the 13th seat.
Don't you want more wenches and riches?
I have plenty. And no, I want to take out a cram.
The answer is you would have to make a deal with the upcoming 13th seat.
But the resignation hasn't occurred yet, unless that happens immediately.
The 12th has, yes. A challenge was issued, and rather than meeting the challenge and setting a date, they resigned. The leader was already, we'll say, happy with his rank, as boring as that is. No one was willing to challenge him due to his strength. And given normal circumstances, I'm confident he would have defended his position. When Golroj got involved, seems he got a little bit of cold feet if a group can take Golroj, even amidst what, in my opinion, was largely due to some powerful allies you brought on, which, no judgment from me, smart decision, you would have died. That said, it seems his fear, and that of many of the seats, is palpable, and it's disgusting, to say the least. With that said, my request... The seat are to yours. As of now, you would be moved to the 11th seat, based on the recognition of the
12th
recognition. No,
You said 12th through the 9th.
I did, but again, you have not officially issued challenges to each of them.
He's
If you
saying-
plan on scaling the latter, it would help our enterprise thoroughly. If you'd be willing to up in the pecking order. Depending on how strong you're
Ultimately,
feeling.
they don't want us to challenge all the lesser seats. Otherwise, it creates a big void. All of them.
Well,
go to
not
the
only that,
bottom.
but as far as the people are concerned, they were promised to fight today, in fact. That would be a most disappointing
Number
outcome.
7.
And then in addition to that, if you challenge the 8th seat, who's currently away, and they have the 3 months to respond, We get into a long, drawn-out, almost litigation process. The hype of your fight would die, and much of the support for you would also die.
Suffice it to say, the packages that we were receiving that were actually quite useful, we would lose out on those.
So who's
Almost
in town?
entirely. You could go up to the 6th. The 5th, 6th, and 4th are all currently here, as well as Kogal. In fact, I believe Kogal will show up the day of a challenge, no matter where in the world he is. So,
Fair, he probably hasn't been challenged in 2 decades.
it's been longer than that, unfortunately, for him.
So, we could find the 60?
You could go to
Again.
6th, or, for what it's worth, I do have a note for you as well. As he holds up his hand, the note seems to appear between his fingers as a letter. As you go to grab it,
Tico has a
it does not
question.
actually move from his fingers. He says, "Unfortunately, it's not for you." As he holds it to you, Tiku.
Oh.
Which team has the kobolds?
Hopefully
It
it's
would
in
be number
hieroglyph.
5. As you open this up, this is in Draconic. And this says,
I can read it.
"True, you're right."
I can read it for you if you want, Tiku.
I can also read it.
It's a good note. It's a good note. Tico has no idea what it says.
I would grab it from her hand.
Wait. So Tico has a question.
Do you give it to him?
Yeah. Tico has a question.
Worth noting, you reach out to grab it while Tiku's holding it.
And I can't take it, yeah.
It doesn't, you're not able to take it. As soon as Tiku's like, yeah, and she lets go of it, it's a piece of paper, super light. And you take it. Go ahead and ask your question before I tell them what it says.
Why is the city so empty?
Oh, you haven't heard?
I heard nothing. Nope.
Well, your spectacle drew some eyes. Many, many eyes, in fact. It seems, thankfully for you, it seems that your declaration of your way to the top, your pseudo-challenge to Kogal, has at least set his sights on you to where he wants to at least make sure you're around for a bit. I think he's itching for a fight. Along those lines, the army that arrived yesterday for you, let's suffice to say, Kogal and some others went to meet them. It is impressive how fast they mobilized. But something you have to keep in mind, Zinderhold's affairs are quite public. We are not allied with any other nation, nor do we hide anything from any other nation. And it seems that some were invigorated, emboldened by the work that you did. They claimed that you owned property of their god. That is to say, the Dragonborn arrived from Carterfell, along with some wizards from Roslakar. We haven't seen them work together in some time. Kogal and many of the denizens of the city are currently giving them a warm welcome.
Ah, so our enemies finally work together to reveal themselves.
I'm very excited to see what you're going to do if your enemies involve armies. Well, perhaps not the full force of neither Carterfell nor Razakar. A good-sized force. But don't worry. I doubt, even with their full size, they'd be able to do anything to Kogal. So, that is all to say, as he gestures to you.
Do they not have their own champion?
Wait, shouldn't we wait to fight then until the people are done fighting the battle outside?
Oh, it's over. That was this morning.
Oh.
Kogal got to his warm up.
They got a light snack.
It's quite the sight. For what it's really the only saving grace today.
Out of curiosity, could we get a recording of that, if those even exist?
Certainly, actually. Would not be terribly hard. I'll have one sent to you later today. With that said, as you look at the...
I feel like Kogal in his like leisurely time, he's just like watching recordings of himself punching people. It's like, yeah, wait for it. Look at his head.
Dude, that thing went to freaking Carterfell!
Yeah, I tried really hard to hit that angle. The delayed explosion took a lot of time to figure out.
you looking at this paper, it's very simple. It simply says, "Stop, Tiku. It's too dangerous."
Stop Tiku as in...
It's like stop Tiku, like telling you to stop, and then it's too dangerous.
Well, the note says 2 sentences. Stop Tiku. It's too dangerous.
Where's it from?
That would be from the 5th seat.
I'll hand it back to Tiku.
That means they want you to fight them.
No. That means he's saying we need to stay safe.
Pretty sure that means he's a bitch and he doesn't want to die.
Could I get
What
the
that
leader
means.
of the 5th seat's name?
Garbu. He's quite an impressive kobold. Despite what I saw from Tiku yesterday, I'm in full belief that he is more powerful than she. That said, the partners that he has chosen are a little less so. It's a little bit of a one-man show, even though they're a 5-man group. Or should I say a 5 kobold group. They're all of the same race.
Who is on his team?
The names of the kobolds, I think is what she's asking.
Yes,
you
I
want to
should
meet
know
Gerber?
this, but they're so unmemorable.
Didn't you want to meet Gerber, Tucker?
Yeah, like 2 years. I don't even know time anymore.
I
Before I met up with you guys.
No, didn't you want to meet with him right now?
Oh, yeah, but he was supposed to send me a message.
Oh, perfect. So that was his message. Let's go fight him.
No, that was not his message.
I think one.
I mean, it has his name on it, doesn't it? Isn't that Gerber right there?
The message was from Gerbu, yes. And to answer your question, I think one was. I remember thinking his name sounded kind of cuckoo, something close to that. But really, Gerbu's the only one who's ever caught my attention.
Perfect.
Would Volith know?
I'm sure he would. All sponsors are very familiar with each of the different
We'll just go fight
That would
him.
make Volith
No,
not
Tiku doesn't want to
sponsor
fight
anymore,
him.
though.
Why would you go
Two
fight him?
conversations simultaneously.
You guys, like, before we fight anyone, I need to take care of this situation.
If you'll permit
You got a
it,
hickey?
me and Gurgle might be able to assist with that.
Oh, your arm.
Yeah, let's go. My arm.
I thought you were going to show us like a hickey on your neck or something.
Why would I show you that?
I don't know.
I think Gurgle is extremely wanting you and Society to hook up.
But I wasn't even in the city last night.
That's the story.
The story is
anyway.
currently tossing a knife in a corner.
Feel free to throw it at him. I won't stop you.
It wouldn't hit.
She like has it fall into her handle. The handle.
That's where he rolls a crit.
Joe was rolling to see if she'd throw it. She just puts the knife away. Quick shade at this point says, to directly answer your question, what I would like for you to do is challenge the 5th seat. Not only did you
Can't we challenge
spread
the fourth
revelry
seat?
on your way back, in addition
not
to
here.
that, it seems that you issued a challenge to
They're not
one of the
here.
younger members in town. The rumor spread quite fast.
Challenge to the younger
Clarifying.
member.
It seems that you met with one of Gerbu's underlings. One of the 5, or one of the 4, I should say, those under him.
We had a conversation with him. The challenge was not issued.
That is not the story going around. The story going around is that you made a threat. Told him you were coming for him.
True. That's what Tiku said.
Tiku the Tyrant!
Wow, guys.
The amount of
Wow.
stories going around that are so far from the truth is astronomical.
Not a bad plan, though.
I also don't think
No,
it's
it
that
is a
far
bad
off.
plan.
Have you heard the song? It's starting to be sung already.
I don't think I was there for that.
Oh, what song is that?
Well, I have said my piece, and I've also delivered the news that unfortunately, you will not have a fight today.
Rough.
With that said, if you wish to issue a new challenge, I'd love to perpetuate it for you. Again, my personal request, and as well as what I think would generate the most fun, would be to move all the way up to the 5th seat.
Can we challenge like the 4th seat or the 3rd seat?
Oh,
Said they're
yes,
not here.
absolutely. No, the 4th is here. 3rd and 2nd are not.
Let's just do the 4th then.
We can also choose the 6th.
Why don't you want to do the 5th?
because of the
hold
note that was just barely given to us.
They said Gerber's stronger than you, Tiku, and you want to fight somebody stronger than that?
Tiku does not want to fight Gargle.
Wow, you got some big cojones going on there.
I thought she was gonna say like I'd rather fight like
I thought you
the
were
15th.
I thought you were telling him the whole day yesterday how much you were too scared to fight anybody, and you were running the whole time, and that he was just imagining you fighting a big wind giant thing.
As you ask that to her, Quickshade pulls out a letter along with a quill that he kind of has pinned between his fingers.
Tiku.
It says, while you discuss what you want to do, if you decide who you want to challenge, just write it on this paper. Direct line to me. As he hands it to
Tiku
you.
can do it.
You can't write.
Also, which number?
I can make squiggles. Those just look like squiggles.
Well, with that being the case, I look forward to hearing from you, and if you do wish to issue a
I
challenge,
bet you it's like an intent thing.
please make it,
Legible?
4 seats.
I was going to say make the challenge
Okay, you do.
glamorous. I fully intend on broadcasting
She puts a dot down and just a dot on the page.
but not have multiple conversations at the same time.
She writes 4 cups of sugar.
She draws four images of
4 cups.
4 cups of some unknown liquid that she's
No, she-
thinking in her head.
She can read as long as they're ingredients.
Each thing that you draw seems to almost vanish into the page.
Oh, fancy.
As you continue to scribble on it, he holds his head and says, "Can someone take the paper away from her?" There's a...
I try to draw like a seat, like a chair. 4 seats.
It's so loud in here. As he turns and he walks out the door, shutting it behind him. Zastaria, actually time into this point, she says, "Well, if you don't have any other business with me, I don't intend on challenging the seats higher. If you think of a favor,
I actually already have some in mind.
please." As this is really what I was waiting for the entire night.
Can you get us information on all the seats above us?
Including the ones that resigned.
At least the ones we're planning on challenging.
So 6 through 1. No, I don't know about Kogal, so 6 through 2.
You get stuck with my job.
Fine. As she walks to the door, she's... Yes, I'm here for a little bit longer.
Love hearing from you.
See you soon. She also would exit the town.
Yeah, Zephyr, see you soon.
What is the
way too
point
much
of this,
into this.
Gogo?
Didn't you say you love
What is the
hearing
point
from her,
of it?
Miss Perry?
What's the point of what?
Are you just like your feelings towards her, you're just kind of projecting onto me?
I'm a frog.
I don't kink shame. You can be into other species. I
I already know the one that I want. It's the
Earth
it's the Earth Genasi Chica and Zenderhold. I made it very apparent.
So you just like strong women. I mean, I could see where you would think she's.
She was kind of petite, actually. I mean,
No, but she's feisty.
Zestaria? Dude, she's looking at you, dude.
Is this conversation truly necessary?
Yes.
Hot gossip.
Listen, anything to get the topic away from his extracurricular activities, okay?
By the way, so with the Earth Genasi, did you two ever get together?
No. She baited me. She said if I did... I can't even remember what her conditions were. It was a long time ago.
Probably you weren't that interested.
I had a lot going on at the time, okay?
That's true. We were learning how to run a city.
We were?
And you effectively a criminal enterprise.
What is your plan with that, by the way, as you're still technically fugitives of Zoprika?
Oh, I was always a fugitive, so...
I'm not.
If I'm not mistaken,
Not
didn't they
Zoprika.
kind of declare you an enemy of the crown?
No, of like the religion.
And the king of Zoprika also
that's-
declared you an
that's
enemy
just-
of Zoprika.
That's just
Semantics?
no.
We have allies in the upper guard, but I think we have more enemies.
I think that's just a public announcement to save face.
And if it's not,
And we'll take care of that. But you know what's going to be great when we go back? Is having a very strong seat here. And having some control over the military. It's going to be hard to...
We have control over Zopperkar's military?
No.
If your seat's 1 through 5,
No, I'm
yep.
talking about having a say in Zinderhold's military when we go back.
Oh, that's actually what I meant, but I didn't realize that we would have that either.
We have to hit the 5th seat, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I mean, this is just working out more and more that we need to go beat up Tiku's old buddy.
I said
Right.
we can fight C4.
We don't have to kill him, Tiku.
No, we have to do 4.
Why do we have to do 4?
Because we're going to have to fight 4 anyway. We might as well just fight 4. We don't have to go through Gerbu.
You know that we don't have your god Zestar, or not Zestar, yeah, your god, wind puncher extraordinaire Chica with us anymore, right?
Oh, God. God come here, yes.
Yeah.
We
Something-
also had our healer just murdered.
Also, our healer's head popped off and then came back and then he exploded again completely.
Zephyr hasn't mentioned anything about it because he's like, oh, I got closure.
Like we're talking like there wasn't even any body parts left.
Our party may have shrunken.
So you guys are saying we need to find another healer before we fight. That sounds fine to me.
I think at the bare minimum, that is what we should do.
Also, we don't have our giant fire guy that saved our lives.
Yes, who does?
No, but we do have his equipment.
No, we don't. I want his sword. Where's that at?
So...
Your sword's not sharp enough?
Not as sharp as that one.
It's also nowhere near as enchanted.
More like it's just not as enchanted yet.
You guys are like so sword envious. My flesh splitter is perfect.
Yeah, for kobolds. You're the one that wants to eat Zephyr, so I mean...
You would taste
The only
good too,
problem,
Gurgle.
Razu, is giving you a better blade.
You don't need
what
to
is
be
to prevent
jealous.
you from
I
actually
will eat
killing
you all
Zephyr?
equally.
No, you won't eat me. My body's gonna be ash by the time I die.
I will spread your ashes in your last meal.
She's gonna use you as pepper, girl.
Pepper.
At least you won't get to eat me.
She'll just use you as spice.
So,
Also,
He
that's
needs an
assuming
arm.
that she doesn't die first.
he needs an arm. We need a healer. How do we go about this?
I plan on fixing Zephyr's arm as long as he is willing, and Gurgle's assistance.
Yeah, he wants to do some stuff.
So do your shit.
Wait, what kind of stuff?
Tico's gonna bake goods.
I have a way to return your arm to normal if you so choose, but
And also chow at the packer, because I thought I was gonna die.
I do have an idea to improve it if you want.
Prove it.
I am trying to find additional ways to utilize Rudaz's magic.
Wait, what I'm hearing is that you want to use me as a test subject.
Did you just
If
say
you are
improve
willing.
Rudar's magic?
Utilize.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Show me what you're thinking about doing.
My plan is
Cyborg.
to utilize the necklace. It is pure lightning energy.
Oh, you mean the one that's been absorbing everything?
Yes.
Oh, he's not just turning your arm into normal. He wants to give you a lightning arm.
I want to improve his body with lightning, similar to mine and yours with fire.
And from what I understand, if this goes south, we explode.
Well, the bomb goes
That is
off
not
and whoever's near it
entirely
is collateral.
impossible. Again, I was going to ask your permission first.
And how confident do you feel about pulling this off without exploding us?
I would have to at least attempt it first. Not attempt it, but actually test it.
How much should I read and learn from my...
This is like a one-time
book.
try thing, right?
A one-time try, but I can still experiment. I can still test. Just because you cast a spell for the first time does not mean you have not done study
I'm
beforehand.
just wondering.
Can
how
the
much-
arcane mutate?
I just don't want to
talking to
lose the other arm.
If you find it too dangerous, you can opt out. I did as well. That is what granted me Malrith. I was merely offering you the chance.
I'm just wondering the odds.
I do not know the odds until I attempt it. Again,
how
I say
confident are you in your skills?
He wants you to rate your skills on a scale of 1 to 10.
I am still a novice in rune weaving, but
He's a 3.
Okay.
I am.
How difficult does this seem for you?
I believe
Conceptually.
it does not seem difficult in conception. I'm merely combining 2 things. That is not difficult at all. I combined 5 things in the previous test, and that one worked out well.
Well,
They were also objects to a person, but what do I know?
Have you ever tried mutating the arcane?
I have not. Nor do I really plan to.
Tico's going to reply to... Tico wants to reply to Gerbu too if someone helps Tico write.
Razu, if you wouldn't mind, and me and us 3 can...
Do you want to reply to Gerbu?
Yeah.
Wait, can she reply to Gerbu's letter?
Don't say
What,
I know
the
it.
paper that you guys were given speaks. It doesn't go to Gerber. Gerber just sent you
No.
one
She's saying she wants to reply to Gerbu's.
You could
because
send
there
a
was
message
2
to
letters.
him.
There's 2 letters.
Yeah,
There's
so
the Gerbu message and...
Quickshade just gave you a blank paper that you can write on that he said will go to him, and he just wants to know what you guys' next step is.
Yeah, but
Gerbu sent a
she's-
very simple letter to you guys.
She's specifically requesting to send something to Gerbu.
Okay, what do you want to say?
Don't worry. Tico's safe. Try to convince party not to fight. You. And fellow tribe. Clan.
3 times.
No.
Do you want that last bit on there as well?
Just say.
Wait, hold on, time out.
Just say, Tico safe. Not flight clan.
Didn't he
Perfect.
write in a dragon language? Do you
Yeah.
speak a dragon language?
I do. Now, as I use my interpretation of blood magic to cast the languages spell. I don't remember the word that's before the
Comprehend
language.
Comprehend languages?
Comprehend languages.
It does not allow you to speak that. I'm pretty sure it allows you to read that. And
I
that is
do
it.
think it allows you to write as well.
I could be mistaken, but...
Okay, comprehend languages.
For the duration, you understand the literal meaning of any languages you hear or see. You also understand written languages you see, but you must be touching the surface of the words are written on.
Nope. You can't write it.
There is one that lets you...
Tongues, it's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah, which actually... Yeah.
Tongues allows you to just be...
Doesn't
completely
matter. You
fluent in the
can't
language.
write it.
Tico safe. Somebody write.
He's the only one that speaks dragon.
Tico safe. Not flight clan.
Do you realize that from our conversation yesterday, he stabbed you in the back?
What are you talking about now?
I mean, you sent a message. He lied to everyone. And he also probably lied and told everyone that you ran away.
Do it either. You can speak it.
That Tico probably has...
Then you can definitely write it.
Well, sorry. You can speak. When you speak, it translates it into any language.
Also, that's not
That
entirely
they,
true.
as long as they understand the language.
That's it. Spell doesn't matter.
Tico safe. Not fight clan.
A lot of people that can speak Japanese but can't write it.
Do you wish
Just as
to
a point of
write the
note.
message and have it delivered?
I will write down something.
He's like, yeah, I'm writing down exactly what you said.
I'll get back to you later what that is.
What are you guys doing? You guys are currently
Prepare to die.
alone in the bloody chalice. Which is technically outside-
your seat, bitch.
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my
stop.
father.
Stop! What are we doing?
I'm gonna head up to a room that is being unused. As I assume my room is still being used. Okay. Probably Zephyr's room. Expecting him to follow and gurgle as well.
We're gonna go put a lightning arm on you, I guess.
We're gonna do it in here. It's not dangerous to everyone else.
That's what he wants to do.
Do you have an alternative place that is safe?
Do I know if it's dangerous
maybe
to
the meadow
everybody
we were
else
just in
from
this
my
morning.
research?
I am not able to return there.
Okay.
What do I know about this attempt?
I'm sure there's
From my
some place
research.
safer. Maybe wherever I was practicing my magic.
Where was that?
I don't know.
You actually don't. Gogol took you there in a blink.
How do you plan on getting there?
Well, God's supposed to pick up Razu.
No, he
No.
just didn't show up.
Kogol took him there in a blink. He actually teleported him up. So
No.
He took the elevator.
Oh no, he did take you to the elevator.
yeah.
No, sorry. Yeah, no, you're correct. Apologies. I was misremembering. Kogol actually did take you up to the higher floors. However, you would also know that you would not have access to those floors without Kogol with you.
Unless you know of a safer place. Unless we just do it out in the street.
We could borrow an empty coliseum.
Is it ever empty in this town?
Yeah.
I feel like there would always be something going on.
It's the black one that sends a message, right?
I think they do.
Yes, it is.
I think they do training drills in there.
Yes. I'll grab a black crystal from him and toss it in the fireplace, and I will send.
I just thought that would be like,
handler.
throwing slaves in there and letting them get chased
Talking about each other
chased
now.
around by lions or something, you know.
I mean, sometimes.
You did a little bit of research.
Okay.
You would know that while there is something always going on, there is always open coliseums as well. At minimum, there are coliseums that are basically reserved for what we call prize fights, which would basically just be high stakes fights. With typically with a lot of notice, any seat fight would be reserved for one of the prize fights, as well as just effectively high profile or high stakes.
I just figured like borrowing one of the coliseums is going to be a durable place.
I grabbed one of the black crystals and I tossed it in for our current handler. I don't know if that is still valid or not. So I don't know if he was like our handler or the 13th seat handler. Basically asking him for them, I should say, for an empty coliseum to train in.
Okay. Nalith, this is as a message is sent into the fire. Actually, you would not get an immediate response due to the way this works.
Oh.
The message would be sent. So this isn't the message spell. This is you send a message, and then they would receive it.
Gotcha. Well, in the meantime, we can actually determine if this actually will work or not. And what I'm just trying to do is I'm going to try and cast the Regenerate spell with the Absorb Elements spell, specifically on him with the magical necklace to get him his arm back. And basically combine those three things. And just the logistics of that.
Okay. Tigu, did you actually eat Zephyr's arm?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Regenerate just creates new material, if that matters.
So your concern with this, Paul, or sorry, Gurgle, would be, as you had asked, like how dangerous would it be to outside people? Two things. One, if it went wrong, very dangerous, especially based on depending on how much lightning energy had actually been stored in the necklace. If things truly went wrong, chances are that not only would it be detonated, but it could go out of control. So the danger level would be like death for people if it was truly misdone. Especially for normal people, maybe you guys would be okay, but there'd definitely be some concerns there. Also, with the bit of practice that you did have, and from the notes that the notes of your grandfather that you've been poring over, you would also know that if you were to make, for example, if you were working towards making a limb using rune weaving magic, it would be a combination of regeneration with effectively enhancement, which typically you can't do on a limb, on an organic substance. So if they wanted to go through and create something like that, it would be effectively be more of like a prosthetic. You would have to come up or create some kind of a base that would be able to house that magic to actually truly be able to make an item that would be able to harness the power that is in the necklace.
Is it a jewel? Does the necklace have a jewel that
Yes.
houses the magic?
A sapphire specifically.
Do I know? So I am proficient in jewel crafting or jewel tools, jewelry, jewel.
Jeweler's tools.
Jeweler's tools. That's the one. Would I know if I would be able to craft that thing using a gem like that?
It's like you're.
Because I mean the smithing stuff. So I'm also proficient in smithing tools. So I have both proficiencies, jewelers and smithing tools. So I would craft a basically mechanical arm.
Effectively, yeah.
And then I would use the jewel to house the magic in it.
Yes, that is effectively what the process would be, utilizing a combination of rune weaving and then actual blacksmithing, effectively to actually build the base. But effectively, the important thing here is,
so what are you going to make the base out of? Regeneration?
That would be getting it attached to him.
So he's going to regenerate a prosthetic arm onto him that I create, essentially.
Effectively, that would be what he would looking to do. And you'd have to come up with a base that would be strong enough to actually house that magic.
Now, I will say this much. Typically, prosthetics requires tinker's tools, but that's up to you.
I have Tinker's Tools proficiency.
Okay.
I got that specifically for this.
He works on the mechanicals.
Yeah.
I work on the material and the assembly.
What do you guys want to try and use for the base, though?
What, like, could you describe me like what a base is?
So effectively, what material do you want to use?
To make the arm.
You want to use like titanium.
I mean, yes.
Ideally,
Mithril.
You are absolutely confident that titanium would work.
Hey, Razu, I need your scythe.
Just a quick experiment.
I don't know how expensive mithril is, but
Hell, Razor's the one that chopped his arm off. It's only fair that Razor provides some material.
He ate the materials.
Mithril would likely be a good base for it. If you were to purchase basically enough mithril to make a mithril arm, and then utilize the gemstone, you think it might work? If you guys are able to do well.
I have. Wait, hold on, time out. Did I give the elven armor to somebody?
You gave it to me.
But you're not using it, right?
I currently am wearing it.
Oh, okay, never mind.
No, I'm not using it at all.
Okay, never mind.
Tiku's gonna go visit the backer.
Also, I'm pretty sure Elven Chain would not work for this.
Well, Rousey's going to Kogal and yeah.
You could always just go into town and try to buy something.
That's what I was about to ask.
Okay, so what are we gonna try and purchase? Mithril?
Mithril's my
you
best
guys are
bet.
first.
I only know of Mithril and Adamantine as metals in D&D, though. So.
Well, there's also iron, steel,
Well,
like all the
yeah, but
classics.
like Mithril is literally designed because it's
Okay,
magically attuned.
so I was asking Kilmia about Theric. About getting an arm.
She said that she would see what she could do.
Okay.
You have not heard anything back as of yet.
A single day and she hasn't gotten word back to you?
It's not even a whole day. I mean,
It would appear that we need at least several bars of Mithril to pull this off. That would be the best chance. Titanium if we could afford it, but nah.
I'm just no offense, but I would like to see if I can get any word from Kilmia about Theric.
It's your arm if you don't want to use it for a long time.
As long as we don't have to rush into the next fight. We can.
It's more about not having an arm.
Did you hear Razor yesterday?
That's fine.
He is our representative in the city, you realize that, whether we like it or not.
Yes, but he hasn't challenged another person yet.
That you know of, we walked away. For all we know,
haven't gotten anything
for all we know, he could have
formalized.
taken a note from her and been like, "I challenged the first seat already," and like we wouldn't know.
If you truly would like, I could just regenerate your arm. That is the simplest method.
Like, Zephyr has no reason to argue with that, but Trinity doesn't want to.
This is your decision. You decide what you want to
Listen,
do.
we also live in a city where I'm sure that they just sell prosthetic arms. We could just find somebody that's already selling a pre-built one and just...
That is not made by the legendary blacksmith Theric.
We can just tear it off again and then put a new one
We
back
can
on.
take our time.
Upgrades, people.
I was gonna say.
It's a mechanical arm. We can just tear it off and put a new one on.
We could use Razu's sword. Or scythe. Or whatever it is at any point.
Yeah, he could have a spike arm that he could whack people with.
Technically speaking, if we do use Razu's blade, I could offer him a replacement.
He was the one that chopped off my arm.
You'll be asking him that, though.
I think it'd be kind of cool. Zephyr would walk around and he got a
I'm
little
not going to take
spike.
the Razu's
He
weapon away from
he
him.
could have like a spike arm where he could like
That-
chop people with it, you know?
I'm sure
you
he's adding
mind-
some kind of curse to it while he's at it, so it's probably not the best thing.
Do you mind if I experiment with other things?
Oh,
with
he
this?
definitely has a curse on it. I've seen it.
I mean,
When he stabs things, that stuff
That
like
is a lot of potential
like
magical
licks the
energy.
blood up.
is it like, I don't know why you need my permission for this.
Because I was planning on using it
Wait,
for
hold
you.
on.
I
Does it?
mean, we may still use it for me. We were just talking about getting a good base.
I agree.
Yeah.
So, do you want me to hold off?
Yeah, just hold off for now.
Okay.
Well, like, let's just wait till we hear anything back from Calamitha.
Wait, Zephyr. I've seen Razu's sword, his scythe thingy. I've seen it like suck up people's blood. Are you sure it
thought
doesn't
that-
have a taste for you?
Wasn't that his armor? His cursed armor that we...
No,
got
that's
away
his,
from him?
that's definitely his scythe.
His blade definitely absorbs blood.
His scythe does it now too?
Pretty sure.
It's always done that. by
ever
the way.
since its creation.
I'm pretty sure it sucked your blood. I'm pretty sure we just didn't notice it.
I did.
I mean, it's probably fine.
I think his weapon's got taste for you.
It's not a rabid dog.
I don't know. Have you seen the wielder?
It's true. We have to take his sword away from him now.
I think it might have a taste for you.
Well, let's hope that's not the case.
Kind of like I think Tiku also has a taste for you. I think you're becoming the party snack, if you will.
That actually does remind me. What is the plan with Tiku?
What do you mean, what's the plan with Tiku?
Tiku and Gobu.
I'm assuming I'm visiting the Packer at this moment.
They went upstairs.
It's
Yeah.
ultimately
And,
her family. I mean,
You heard what I was told this morning. At least I assume you did.
I think we wait till we hear back from Mrs. Staria about the seats. She'll be able to enlighten us more.
Wait, what did I miss about this morning?
Someone showed up and gave us additional information.
About
Gobu.
as a bad guy?
We're pretty much just being told not to fight them. But
We're being told not to fight them because they'll kill us, or we're being not told them because they're a bad guy.
Did not
Which-
hear what he said.
oh, I was referring to the message.
Oh.
All right, what's the deets? What do we miss here?
I have been tasked, not necessarily tasked, but informed that Gobu, that is
Gobu,
going to get
what?
annoying,
Imposter
is possibly
syndrome.
our enemy.
He's got imposter syndrome. He wants to be me. He's trying to take my name. That's.
I walk out. Okay, so current plan, if I'm hearing this right, waiting for Theric to see if he can get a base for the arm. Waiting for Zestaria to actually make a decision on what you guys want to do in regards to the other seats. Message to be sent to Gerbu.
When I get response back for the training thing, I'm still going to use it. I'm going to use it for me and Malorith to actually, understand what she can do.
So you do get a response back. The response back is that effectively renting a Coliseum isn't cheap.
No. They don't have, training areas?
There's there is training areas. That's not going to be like a coliseum, though.
No, that's fine. I
We
want
just
a
need
training
a
area.
wide open space.
Okay, so having access to a training area is definitely something to be
Okay.
able to provide.
He just
so
said Coliseum, so that's where my mind went.
if you were to reserve a coliseum like an arena, it would be much more expensive to actually rent out a space like that. So in that regard, it would be more so actually utilizing a training space, effectively like a training room. Getting a training room to yourself would not be terribly hard. As upon going to one, even the individuals in there would likely would not want to stay around.
We
too
effectively
much.
kind of gently threatened them on incident. Like, by the way, we're going to do something that's probably going to cause a large explosion and kill most of you. So you should probably leave.
Effectively, yes.
Are you following me?
Wait.
No, I'm just
No,
saying
no.
that's what you
No,
did.
he was joking what you were doing. What's up, Razu?
I would essentially reach out to our secretary,
What I just did?
and I would.
So, we have had a recent dismissal of some party members.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I would need you to advertise to new aspiring members
We're
that we
opening
can
enrollments.
interview for our next fight.
Oh, you should have us interview, and then John makes like five
characters.
and then we take a vote on which one we want.
That'd be kind of awesome.
He's already got 5 characters.
Hold that
I
thought.
love that idea.
Hold that thought. Wait. Okay.
We're holding tryouts.
We're holding tryouts.
Valeth is effectively says, well, I suppose I could do that. To answer your question, by the way, yes, he is to continue to be your sponsor. Sponsors move. Sponsors are just who are they sponsoring,
Gotcha.
and he is just continue to sponsor you. With that being the case, for you, Tiku, for you wanting to go through and visit the Packer, fairly easy to actually do so. Are you going with purpose, or are you just going to hang out with him?
I'm going to hang out, but then not like maybe after the first day of celebrating that Tico's alive. Tico wants to.
This day will forever be known as Tiku Lives Day.
Tico lives day. Then she wants to know what next steps are to get stronger. I know this whole thing, but like, what does he suggest? Like,
We
do I need to go hunt some monsters?
gotta
Like,
go
we
do
gotta
our
a
level up
grind?
arc in the Crystal Eye, Tiku. I already told you. We gotta go do our level up arc.
Oh.
In the Crystal
Go do
Eye.
your training montage.
In the Crystal Eye, yeah. It's so close.
We're gonna say for the first day, because something's gonna happen at the end of this first day. For the first day, you're celebrating that you're not dead with the Packer, eating fresh foods, although mostly prepared by you, as he has gone back to having you prepare or help him prepare the majority of the meals. He doesn't seem to be making you unique lunches as of this moment. With that being the case, is there specifically to this day, so sending messages for tryouts as well as seeing about securing a training room, is there anything else that you guys are looking to do on this day, or are are effectively waiting a little bit before making decisions?
I was gonna start doing something. So, what I would like to attempt to do over this waiting period, and would start by today, I would be trying to work on some potions until the next fight. And I'd be specifically trying to mix potion effects with mutagens, hypothetically increasing their duration time, but replacing my effective mutagen socket. That's the idea.
I feel like this is him just experimenting with his blood.
I'm experimenting with blood and potions. Yeah.
Because I always pictured all his mutagens are just like mutations of his blood. That he's
I mean, that's
put
very
back
much
to
so
himself.
what I have too. So, you can then go ahead and make an alchemy check as you're starting this. I'm actually pulling it out real quick. You cannot Kanku recall this.
Great intelligence.
An alchemy check would be your intelligence modifier plus your proficiency modifier for you.
Okay. That is 19.
Okay. So, having a little bit more of what was expected to be a fight, but resulted in being a little bit more of a relaxing day, coming down off the fight while still waiting for responses from Kelmia, as well as working towards getting a training room would be a decent portion of the day, just figuring out what is needed. Going into the night, which as of right now, I assume you guys are staying at the Bloody Chalice. You're not actually looking to move up in the floors?
I'll fight for it.
Okay, so at least for now, you're staying in the Bloody Chalice. No one seems to come to kick you out or anything like that. That said...
But the lower seat's going to come and take it from
going into the evening, effectively as you guys would be effectively grouping back up for dinner for the evening, Zizdaria would return. Meeting up with you guys for dinner. She says, all right, so I did get a bit of information well, actually, I got a lot of information today. A little bit about some of the seats above you. And in addition to that, I have decided that if I'm going to be made to do some investigation here, you're all providing room and board. So just so you know, I'll be staying here for a little bit.
That's fine.
Wonderful. Just wanted to throw that out there. So first off, a little bit of interesting information. You've started a war.
I don't stay in there very often.
Sorry, what is that?
There was a joke, or it's mine.
It's like Zephyr room's open. I was like, I don't stay in there very often.
Going back to what she was saying then.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, chill, Gurgle.
A war in regards to.
A war? Really? Sides to be determined, but it seems that Cartafel has declared war.
Ooh, see?
On anyone who would support you. And yes, on you. They claim that you have stolen one of their high artifacts. And until Zinderhold gives you up, they have declared war on Zinderhold. That said, their first incursion did not go well. Zinderhold mobilized this morning in response to Cartafel's forces, which appeared in the Pits of Annihilation, just on the outskirts of Zinderhold. And they disappeared as quickly as they arrived, although it absolutely was not their full force. There was some from Razlakar, and in addition to Cartafel, it seems that there are a few others that have fallen in with them.
It was all part of the plan.
Is Cartafel Bahamut's domain?
Tiamat.
Tiamat's domain.
Yes. In addition to Cartafel, you're dealing with the denizens of Oklaban, Razlakar. As of right now, Plazit is seemingly lending support, but they have not actually joined. But it seems that the cube that was broadcasted and shown
You're gonna have to tell me
in the
what
fight
it is
within
again.
Zinderhold has started a little bit of strife.
Did we get any, notifications from Yoldabar?
Sorry, what were the...
As of right now, no. Though the only cities that have taken a stance, as far as I know, I've been at this for a day, are Cartafel, Razlakar, slight support from Plazit, and Oklaban, so I suppose that's 4, if you're including Plazit's complicit nature.
What do we know about Plazit? Who runs that city?
It is Wazareen?
Yes.
I'm suddenly
Yes.
second-guessing my own cities? Yes. It would be a Wazareen.
Wazarun is a god?
One of the magical gods, yes. Similar to Mistra and Azoth, but more so inclined towards...
She's the goddess of magical items.
She pulls out a beaded bracelet. She says, more inclined towards physical magic.
Isn't that kind of a weird pairing? Doesn't Razlakar want to kill all magic items?
Razakar wants to eliminate ungodly magic. Gods can still empower equipment. And the pairing is unlikely. Cartafel is typically a standalone nation. It doesn't ally with anyone. In fact, Cartafel, if not for being so far from Baklaval, would likely be... Altera would likely constantly be at war. That said, yes, The pairing is unlikely. Even more unlikely, none of the other cities have mobilized any kind of
response.
Yes. You'd expect at least Baklaval to take some kind of a stance, as they are, what does it say, arch nemesis to Cartafel, Bahamut and Tiamat and all that. But they have not issued any kind of a statement. Reinforcements have not been issued in any kind, not that Zenderhold needs it, as despite despite the forces being mobilized, Kogal seemed to have laid waste to the force before any of them actually arrived. They were a bit too late to the party, it seemed. So that was something fun that happened, but that wasn't what you originally sent me to find out. I figured out a little bit of information, most of which was fairly boring for some of the seats ahead of you. You had mentioned 6 up was kind of the priority.
6-2.
Yes. The 6th seat is a group that goes by the name of... Sorry. I clicked on...
In and of herself drops her notebook.
We're going to go with it. She's going to say he actually has a notebook. She says, the 6th group goes by the name Pobane. It is a group of, in this case, 3 members. One of which is... So there's a dragonborn and then what appears to be an adult dragon that seems to ally with him, and then just a simple human that sides with him. The 5th seat, I believe you're actually fairly familiar with. They go by the team name of Van Wraiths. That would be the kobolds, led by Gerbu.
Van race?
Van Wraiths, yes.
Do you have any more information on them?
In regards to Pobane, they've been a little bit harder to collect information on. They left this morning.
Sorry, did you say Burbane? Or
Pobane. P-O-Bane. B-A-N-E. Pobane left to participate in the battle this morning, but unfortunately seems they were unable to, but it still made it a little bit harder to gather information on them. That said, the Van Wraiths actually stayed here. It seems that they've secluded themselves to the upper floors. They're typically a little bit more adventurous from what I've been able to determine, but really only as of the last few weeks, it seems that Gerbu has not ventured into the lower floors at all. He hasn't been seen on the 1st through 5th floors. He's even rarely seen on the 6th through 10th.
I wondered if he's hiding from Tiku.
I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you that he's a necromancer. So, despite the fact that he has...
Makes a lot of sense.
Despite the fact that he has only a group of 5 individuals, it is very common that it becomes more of a horde situation in most of his fights. Most are afraid to challenge him, lest you join his small army that he has slowly been accumulating over time. With that being the case, I know that Gerbu is not only hard to see on the lower floors, but even on the upper floors, seems to be avoiding questions, I guess you could say. Most are wondering what this new kobold is, as rumors have started to spread already that a challenge was issued from that scene we had yesterday. I don't know how that got defaced into a challenge or a threat, as it's been pictured, but all that being the case, it seems very clear that Gerbu doesn't want to fight, but also seems to be preparing for it, from the rumors going around. Really, that is all I was able to gain on the first day. The Pobane, the group with the dragon, they are seemingly friendly, I guess you could say. They're respected enough that it seems that some are worried that they might be challenged and lose their spot. They almost function as like a gatekeeper to the top 5 spots. They've almost made it their job to vet those that would challenge the seats above them to make sure that they have the best interests of Zinderhold. As far as how they fight or anything like that, I was unable to determine. I know that Gerbu is, again, a necromancer. He uses hordes. And I know that those with him typically are able to disguise themselves in with that group. Makes for an interesting encounter. Hard to find the real ones, as they all seem to look the same. Really, that is what I was able to get for the first day. Now, I'm going to eat, and I suppose I'll start again tomorrow on some of the other ranks.
Appreciate it.
With Ocklaburn, is that an actual city?
Ocklaburn is a forest.
Yeah, I know, but she said that Ocklaburn teamed up with...
The denizens of Ocklaburn. So the individuals that live within Ocklaburn, despite it being a large forest, there are individuals that stay there.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
I was like, Ocklaburn's not a city as far as I was aware.
No, it'd be like saying that the Dryson Woods went to war with someone. Okay. It's like saying that all the different, so like in this case that'd be the individuals living in Gongilly, those in Ravenshold, as well as any other small villages or towns throughout it. That's what's saying that Ocklaburn is
that
united with them.
Makes a lot more sense.
With that is the information you're able to get. That's the information that she was able to garner in a single day. Realistically, from here, you guys would have a little bit of downtime, as Kelmia would not be getting your response for a little bit.
I would like to head up to Zephyr's room, if they're still using mine. And I want to just meditate and be open, so to speak.
Hearing that that he doesn't appear on lower floors, I would want to move to an upper floor.
Okay, so Tigu wants to leave. So Tigu is going to exit the Bloody Chalice, start to make her way to the upper floors. Effectively, I need to know... So from here, what we need to decide is really what the next steps you guys want to take. As you guys... So obviously you're going to continue to garner information, but what you guys need to decide is, do you want to continue to issue challenges? Do you simply want to investigate and get more information? Do you fully want to investigate and gain information?
I guess, Tiku.
Yep.
Are you really that opposed to fighting the 5th seat?
Yep.
Why is that?
And Tiku talks to Garbu. Also, does not want to fight.
Gerber doesn't want to talk to you.
Well, let's go talk to Garbu then.
That's why I want to go to upper floor.
I can.
But
go
he's
with
a
you.
higher floor than you. You can't go up there without permission.
We currently have permission to head up to the 5th floor.
Do we?
That's where our inn was, if I'm not mistaken. Our
The 25th floor.
25th floor.
Yeah, we have permission to go up to 25th first, apparently.
On what floor are they on? The 5th floor people?
You talking Gerber's team?
Gerbu's scene on the 6 through 10 is what she said.
Floors, yes. So Gerber's team would typically be found on the. He has been seen on 6 through 10. His actual place of residence, though, would be the 15th floor.
So yeah, we can make it there.
Wait.
Let's just pop in.
Apologies.
So it's going up to 1, or I thought it was going higher.
Apologies. Yes, I said that wrong. So in this case, that would be the 35th floor.
Okay.
Would be where Gerber's team is housed.
Well, I mean, we can always request a meeting. I mean, I'm sure that happens.
That's okay.
We send a message to set up a meeting in a place that they want, I guess. We don't really care.
So you send a request to meet with Gerbu and his team before really making a decision on what you'd want to do moving forward.
As part of the message, there's no avoiding this.
Okay.
Also, Call fight.
Yeah. So what we'll say...
I'm just curious.
What we'll say, so for the sake of this, as you are continuing to experiment, and as in this case it would be as Tiku and Zephyr are sending messages up, and you're
meditating.
I was going to say communing. What is Gurgle doing in the meantime?
Researching more runes, I guess.
Gurgle is studying his grandfather's journal to continue to try and improve in rune weaving. While waiting for a response from Gerbu, you would receive a scryer recording of this. Would be from a distant view. This seemingly seems to be taken from the top of Zinderhold, and then effectively has a zoomed
zoom and enhance,
similar to the goggles that Theric had made for Kelmia. The ability to really zoom is really the only word I can think of. We'll say focus on things at a distance to make it sound a little more fantastical.
And spreading her name?
The fight is a very quick one. The force that showed up was roughly about 5,000 that showed up, with a good portion of it, around 3,000 of it, seemingly wearing the majority of it is Dragonborn. There is other races that are actually involved in it. But they all seem to be wearing the regalia of Tiamat. You see some that you would recognize as wearing the symmetry of Roslakar, Ocklaburn, as well as small amounts where you can recognize from Plazet, although the actual individuals showing up for that would be much, much less. Kogal, upon entering, effectively had a brief exchange asking what they wanted. This is where they had made their declaration, where they have declared war on the Cubix Ascenders, as well as anyone that would support them. Kogal's response was, well, they're currently in Zinderhold, which is a city under my protection, and they've promised me some fun. So I'll ask you all to leave. At which point you would have received a declaration of war upon Zinderhold and simply smiled in response to it. The weapon that he used for this was a glaive that was adorned on his back, one of the many weapons that Kogal adorns himself with. And in what is hard to see in what is this scrying recording of it.
It doesn't have a slowdown feature? Bruh.
No. Kogal seemingly almost disappearing, only appearing briefly through quite literally almost throws and throws of individuals being flung through the air, torn into pieces.
At times where he stops and just like appreciates his work.
The times that you see him is actually him stopping to turn around, and oftentimes when he would stop to turn around in this, leaving dozens and hundreds dead, like example wise, he's killing a couple hundred every 6 seconds, if you want to know what we'd be doing in terms of combat.
Just watching this.
It is a absolute massacre. The only times is like almost in small intervals he'd stop, and in those moments spells are shot at him. Many different individuals that are close bring weapons, shattering them against his skin, as well as seemingly not having any effect with these magic. Not because he has he doesn't have like any kind of like a barrier or resistance. He purposely seems to be taking everything. The magic, while having effect to where, like, for example, someone casting a lightning bolt hits him in the side of the face, it draws blood to where he's got like a little bit of a trickle, and most of the time he just kind of nice, and then looks for the person that hit him most recently, and again in a flash eliminates them. It only takes him about 2 to 3 minutes to destroy the entire force of 5,000. Upon destroying the entire force of 5,000, he waits for about 20 minutes, and then hundreds of individuals from Zinderhold arrive, quickly finding themselves disappointed, and then go to looting. The individuals of Zinderhold loot the rest of the loot this army of pretty much all the different goods, leaving their bodies to rot in the sun.
That was obviously going to happen. Am I the only one that knew that this would happen?
Tiamat is well, you know.
I don't get it.
Tiamat would have killed him if they didn't show up.
Probably. But still, it's just a waste. But
Does
whatever.
Tiamat care?
I mean, power. That's losing power for nothing. I don't think Tiamat's stupid.
It's about sending a message as well, but yeah.
Yeah, send a message that I'm going to send a force and get slaughtered. That I'm incompetent.
I do not know the inner machinations of Tiamat's mind, do you?
No. It just seemed very stupid. But, okay. Well, plan's working so far.
It's entirely possible this was also a distraction, but there's no way to know.
Okay. You guys do receive a response from Gerbu. While the response is delayed, it does take a couple days to actually receive it.
Days.
Indeed. Days. The response that you receive is that he has decided that he will meet with you. He will meet with you at the Cubix Sword. which is located on the 10th floor.
Wait, it's back?
Was that on the 10th floor before?
No.
Okay. I was like, am I insane?
I thought it was like on the 3rd floor.
Oh, great.
I thought it was on the
Definitely.
4th.
We'll try not to blow her up this time.
So, with that meeting being scheduled, one other thing before we actually go into that is you guys are effectively having a slight bit of downtime as you're working on the different aspects of what you said you're focusing on. For you, Tiku, after having your celebration with the Packer and letting him, you kind of give him an idea that you want to know what the next steps are. The next time that you actually go to meet with him, he is once again, he seems to almost be. This seems to be becoming the most common. He again has the cabin that seems to be in the almost snowy mountains. Has a pot prepared for you on the day that you come in, and after you come in, and he gives you a bowl, being one of the times that he actually provides you with food. And you ask him what you need to do, to be stronger. He says, "Well, first I have to know what will you do to be stronger? Your friend seems lustful for power at the cost of everything. So, for you, what will you do for power? Then I can kind of guide you on where I would direct you.
Tico doesn't know what the options are.
Or if you want a simple one, you could eat your friends.
Oh, Tico won't do that.
Unless they're dead.
Unless I die.
Called it.
Oh, and also have this arm stew that I created.
Wait. This is wonderful. Well, I kind of anticipated that. So, I have a different task for you.
Eating.
You know how you typically eat fleshy things? He pulls out a blue gemstone. Looks to resemble a sapphire.
You want me to eat the rock?
He hands it to you. He says, yes.
Tico tries to cook and like blend the rock and eat it in like a soup.
As you try to cook the rock, it does not blend. It just continues to be a large gemstone rock.
Bon appetit.
It's just, you can't bite into it.
You just swallow it whole.
Continue to press down onto it. It's also too large to actually swallow.
She tries to put it out.
Like a sword swallower.
Yeah.
I pull its flesh, but don't try to break it in half.
So you make many attempts at cleaving this gemstone. It does not seem to break. After seemingly smiling and almost chuckling to himself, watching you attempt to eat this rock for a good like hour, the Packer finally says, "You're not ready quite yet." He takes the stone back. He says, "You must learn how to eat everything. The simplest option here." He looks towards the gemstone. He says, "You must find a creature. One that you seem to have a, we'll say, healthy respect for. I know one of your friends wants to venture into, I think you call it the crystal eye. I simply call it the heart.
Yeah.
Well, after you finish your business in Zinderhold, there is a creature there. He goes by the name of Zerbim.
Zerbim.
Eat him."
Is he a bad creature?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I hate eating bad creatures, but I will consume them too.
Yes. This will be enlightening for you. Zerbim is a dragon.
Zerbu?
Zerbim.
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 Okay.
And he holds that gemstone up again. He says, he's made out of something similar. And I think that if you eat him, not only will you gain more power as you're looking for, but in addition to that, you might find new possibilities in what you can consume and cook.
Tico eats a dragon. There are some pretty asshole dragons out there. And some good dragons. That would probably make really good barbecue.
Well, that would be my next recommendation. If you really want to step up the food chain, there is others you could eat. But that, I think, is the most in tune with what would be reasonable for you.
Okay. Do you need help cooking anything?
And he looks towards the stew and he says, for now, I think you know what you need to. And he gives you the stone again. And he says, once you can consume it.
Second bit in my whole head.
It's more like this big.
For Tiku? Still that big?
I guess that's true. For that would still be like as big as your head. Make it into a meal. If you're good enough, let your friends eat it too.
Okay.
Puts it on her head, puts the top hat on it, kind of just like starts to walk, balances it.
I put the horns, like, trying to, like, situate the horns and I can't do.
Like slots between the horns like a crown.
Tiku shows up and like, Tiku, what's that on your head?
It's like
That is a hat.
inner blue glow.
Okay.
Calls
So
it her third eye.
that is the instructions that the Packer gives you if you wish to continue to gain strength.
Okay. Got to eat a rock. How do I eat a rock? As big as my head that I can't break.
Okay.
We just see Tico in the next scene. She's gnawing on a rock.
Does he get a response from the Thornscale Guild?
Yes. Apparently it was delayed. That is also going to come in now. Effectively, the response seems a jubilant response. The response you get back is, I actually literally even wrote this down when you had asked. I just got to actually get it. Okay, so the response is, Zephyr, we would be more than happy to help. In fact, our business finds us traveling south. We should be able to be there in maybe a week and a half. We'll meet with you. We're happy to exchange any goods, as well as I believe that a mutual friend wanted to say hi as well.
Oh, yeah.
Did he
from a
emphasize
dragon.
friend? Or is it just normal friend?
It just seems to be written. It's capitalized. So that's worth.
It's friend.
But yes, apologies. I put that he was going to be meeting with you guys in the week to 2 week time period, but I forgot to actually tell you what the response was. With that, Gerbu's response. Again, he is happy to meet with you. Happy. He is willing to meet with you at the Cubix sword, which according to him is on the 10th level. And his invitation would be for 3 days from now.
Alright, Dooku.
Wasn't that the Cubix sword?
How do you eat a rock, Zephyr?
Sword.
Okay, you just said Cubix.
Don't. People don't eat rocks.
You have to eat the rock. I have to eat the rock.
Why do you have to eat the rock?
Because this is the next step. How to eat rocks.
What? Is this like a new cookbook you picked up?
Yes,
How to eat rocks in 3 easy steps.
exactly like that.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's how to be a Goron for an
But wait, hold on. If it's how to eat rocks in 3 easy steps, then how come she doesn't know how to eat rocks in 3 easy steps?
Because the
don't
second
know.
half of the book is missing.
I think the whole book is missing.
What do you have to do to eat the rock?
Don't know. That's the problem.
You should probably study some Gorons.
Stop.
Just use your teeth, Ticker.
You have not seen me gnawing on it. It doesn't work.
I don't understand why. Who told you to eat a rock?
Maybe I have to use the special fire flames.
And she tries to cook in the fireplace with the rock.
It does not seem to be effective.
Damn it. I thought I was onto something. The rocks make the fire change color.
I don't understand why you're trying to eat a rock.
I told you it's the next step in my cooking journey.
Okay, we're leaving that. Meeting's in 3 days.
Oh, we also need to go to the Crystal Isle. There's apparently a bad dragon there.
And why does that have anything to do with us?
I have to eat it.
Why do you have to eat the dragon?
Bad dragon. Next step in cooking quest.
That was eating the rock.
Both.
So we have to eat a dragon and a rock.
Yes, I think the dragon has to be first.
What?
He says it would teach me something.
What crazy person told you to eat a dragon and a rock?
The best chef in the whole universe.
I thought that was you.
Tiku acknowledges that Tiku is really good chef, but not best chef.
Then who?
Of course, it's the Packer.
Never seen the Packer cook.
Best chef. Oh, also,
I think I could beat his game.
Gerbu, there's some kind of miscommunication somewhere.
What is that?
He told Kobots that I ran away, but I was not running away. I was asleep and then knocked out.
Well, we can try to address that in our meeting in a few days.
Yes.
So
I thought I told him that already, but apparently I forgot.
So you want to go eat a dragon still? I'm still confused about that.
Oh, and we need to go kill the serpent.
That's way down the list.
A lot of lofty goals, Tika.
Doodly.
Gurgle, didn't you want to go to the Crystal Isle?
Yes,
Crystal Eye.
Eyes. Sorry. Crystal Eye.
because it networks to everything.
I'll admit, I'm also been curious about this Crystal Eye.
I mean,
I actually found out that it networks to everything.
I mean, if we go,
It goes under every city.
probably do it after our meeting.
Yes,
So in
as
a
far
few
as I'm
days-
aware, those who venture into the
I'm-
Crystal Eye do not return.
Oh yes, I should probably get to my arm before that too. So let's take a couple.
Okay, arm.
There was a
we have to
Zestiria
fight
clone that
seed
died in
and
the
become
Crystal
part
Eye.
of the 5th. I think we need to become part of the top 5, and then we go to Crystal Eye.
It's true.
So we beat 4 seed.
can't really.
We get
leave
the
the
arm, we
city
beat
with
4 seed,
armies
then we
coming
go.
at us.
Also, now we have armies chasing us, so Crystal Eye is a good way to not die to armies.
You think they won't chase us there?
Yes,
First
actually.
we have to go to 4 seed. We have to be 4 seed, then we.
I don't think that it makes a lot of sense for them to
We
send
can
a
just take
bunch
the
of
5th
people.
seat.
Maybe they'll send like a small strike squadron after us, but I doubt we'll have to deal with an army.
Tiku will not hurt clan.
What happened if Gerbu's hurting the clan,
And Tiku will stop Gerbu.
which would be defeating the 5th seat?
No, there's lots of kobolds on the 5th seed. Gurgles is one of them.
What happens if they're all just animated dead?
Then Gurgle will stop Gerbu and eat her friends.
I'm just saying we
I'm
could
just
fight
saying-
What
Ready?
does stopping
only to kill
Gerbu?
Gerbu.
Does stopping Gerbu like mean you're gonna like put him in a headlock, or does that mean we're gonna like chop his head off?
That depends on why Gurgle is hurting Pack.
Gerbu.
That's what I said.
I feel like we give him a whole Tiku 1-2 knee hacking off, you know?
Only if
Right
he's
at the
hurting
knee.
Pack. And why he's hurting Pack.
I think that's one of the things I want to investigate when we talk to him.
Only heard one side of story.
He is a necromancer, so I have a feeling there's something nefarious going on.
Why does necromancer mean there's something nefarious? If bounties can help save the Pack, necromancy is okay.
What happens if he kills the pack to enslave them?
That is not okay.
Just,
Then we stop the Pack.
Just curious.
Pack
What are your stance
is
on that?
must. Eliminate enemy of Pack.
I do want to try to question what I can from him. Because I am There's some inconsistencies in the stories that I would like to clarify. And I still don't see why we can't fight them. We don't have to kill them.
You don't fight back. Why would I have to fight back?
Because we need their seat.
No, we can just fight number 4. We're planning on killing number 4 anyway.
We'll figure out what we find out in the meeting.
Okay, what is it, King?
Question for you. No chance it's gonna work. Thinking back, was Kubo undead?
You did not think to check.
Yeah. Okay, figured. Fair enough.
And then did you actually have something you were going to say, Razu? Or are you just making more dumb jokes?
I was going to. Does Kogal respond in any capacity?
Kogal does not seem to have returned to Zinderhold since Kartafel had declared war on you.
He's
As of
going to
the
F
moment,
them
the
up.
answer is no.
He's probably like, ooh, fight. You declared war. Now I can go F your cities.
There's
I am a giant monster. Roar. Fee, fi, fo, fo.
Says in that voice too.
Okay, so you guys have 3 days. Are you just effectively continuing to train, to commune, and to try and eat a rock?
The 4 seats. Did we learn anything about them yet?
As of yet, so the first bit was reported back to you very, very quickly. You got information on the 6th and 5th. The 4th seat, Zestari has not reported on yet. She also actually has not returned since that first day when she came back and said that she was going to stay there.
Oh, she's dead.
She entered a
There's no way.
contract.
She's got a shadow dog.
Well,
that
that problem
can
solved
tango
itself.
with the 4th seat.
I also want to practice rune weaving with Gurgle.
Don't get your hopes up too much, Zephyr.
So you guys are studying rune weaving. You're experimenting with your blood while you're waiting for Kogal to respond.
Tico.
I trust the start as.
And we
Probably
also
got
prepped tryouts.
Oh, yeah. We're
And
tryouts.
you sent information for trials. What day do you want to hold those on?
The
third day.
before we meet with her friend.
So,
So
2
the
days.
third day.
No, 2 days. Third days.
Yeah,
Mm.
third
But he
day's the
wanted
meeting.
Third day. I guess he didn't say morning or night or afternoon.
Afternoon. would be the
I mean-
answer.
You could hold the tryouts in the morning.
I mean, we could always do it like afterwards too. Like, give it a week and then just have a week downtime.
This is for John's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can also come in afterwards. Just when do you guys want to have it?
2 days from now, 3 days from now, week from now,
Just say a week. Just
a week from now. Final answer.
Okay.
I'll just have like a week downtime.
So the trials are set for a week out. You have a couple days of effectively preparation.
because we don't have
as you're-
anything time related.
As of right now, you do not.
And then just a mechanic question on Kenku Recall. So effectively, you're not going to have it work on anything I effectively haven't tried before. So if I'm trying something new, I can't recall effectively.
Yes, you also can't use it on ongoing checks.
Ongoing checks being.
So, for
You're
example,
making a motion.
I want to spend the day experimenting with my blood. You can't Kenko recall that because that's not one check. That is technically a full day
Of
checks.
checks.
that we're accumulating it into one.
A check that you can do within 6 seconds.
That is what you can Kenku recall.
I would even
So
say
I
a
couldn't
minute,
even
yeah.
do it on
Like an
a
investigation
normal
check.
alchemy check of a potion I've already made before.
Investigation.
No, you
checks
could
in 6
because that would be a
seconds.
single
You can use
thing.
it in combat.
That is a single thing.
That's how you look
We can talk about that. We can talk about that
That's how
afterwards.
you look through illusions.
For the time being,
Exploring a room.
wait. For the time being, what we're gonna do is over the next 3 days, with you experimenting with blood, Tiku trying to figure out different ways to eat a rock. You two are
Turtle.
practicing and studying rune weaving for the
I've tried
time,
that.
and then setting tryouts, interviews for a week from now for potential new members. Going into the third day, which is the day we are going to meet with Gerbu, that is where we are going to end for tonight.
I've tried
So,
roasting and
You melt it down, and then you use it as a
tried that.
sprinkle.
I tried that too.
So
Okay.
Zephyr hasn't really said something.
Okay, so you have 3 days. What do you want to do in the 3 days?
Zephyr needs to talk to the voices in his head.
Okay.
You
So
can figure that
Zephyr
out.
also would be communing in a different way.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like-
so
So, how's things going up in there?
for the sake of that, we are going to go for the results of each of these. This is what we're going to start next week. So it wouldn't be going into the third day, going into the 3 days of downtime. And you guys can also think about it going into that, and also the week afterwards. Just think about what you want to do. But for the time being, we're going to stop going into that 3 days. I'm going to change it a little bit. So for now, that is what we've got for today. Sorry about the longer break. Is someone so geniusly broke one of our own.
You know what?
You know the saddest part about this? Just randomly for the stream, these are engraved with all of our different characters from our first campaign, and he shattered Tiku's or Kalmia's cup. So just in case anyone is wondering what he did.
It was my fault. I take full blame.
Come here.
True.
Puppy Cat.
With that, that's all we got. We will for sure be playing next week. We appreciate everyone hanging out. We love you, Jasmine. Have a great night.
Sorry.
See you next week.
Hug.
Bye-bye.